Alright, what's going on YouTube, folks? Sorry about the crash on YouTube. My laptop screen blue screened on me, so I had to hard reset the whole doggone thing. It's just been a bunch of tech issues today. We're gonna work through them. We're gonna keep pounding through them, and we're gonna do this stream right. All right, guys. But welcome back on in. Hit that like button. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. Leave a comment if you feel like doing so in the chat or in the comments section. And if you're new to YouTube, this community here in YouTube, go check out the Facebook group page as well. Hit that like button, hit that follow button over there, and join that group because that'll have in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel and fantasy football news for Yahoo Sports. All right. Now that I've gotten the pitch out of the way, let's do this. All right, we are looking at the free agent signing Von Bell. And he was with the Bengals for about 3 years before we got him. Here's the numbers we're looking at. 77 combined tackles last year, 24 assists, 1 sack, 4 picks, 56 yards. For those people that can't see this on Facebook, I'm reading off the stats for you. In 2021, you had 97 combined tackles, 33 assists, a half a sack recorded, 1 pick, and 15 yards. And Garrett says he could probably answer cap questions in chat, by the way, if folks have them. Yeah, go for it. If you guys have questions about the salary cap, go for it while we got our guy in here, man. You know, this is our contracts and salary cap expert here. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call him an expert, but he knows his stuff, you know. So, he could probably answer most of your questions. If not, he has a way to look him up, so there you go. Fire him at him, and I'll read off whatever you guys put out there. He says he knows enough to get by. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You know, that's about how I feel about the salary cap too, man. I still have a lot to learn. And the contracts is a gigantic rabbit hole that I just have not wanted to dive into until I found some people that know more about it than me. You know, that way I'm getting educated and so are you. You know, I'm just as much of a student of the game as I am a teacher here on this YouTube platform, so you know, I don't claim to know everything. I never did from the beginning. So, but I know enough about this team that I can kind of teach people what we're doing and kind of translate the moves that we're making into things that make sense to people that watch the Panthers games. I thought they were super intimidating at first, but once you dig in, a lot of it is actually extremely simple. Huh. And I absolutely suck at math. Well, I don't suck at math, but, you know, I'm not the greatest at it either. I'll say that. But I did get a business degree, so there you go. That should kind of tell you. I didn't get the greatest grades in math, but I got it. I got by. You know. But you have to know a lot of math to get that degree, you know, for owning a business, you know, and business management. So that is how that works. All right, so 2021, we're looking at those numbers that you see on screen, YouTube people. In 2020, you had 114 combined tackles, 47 assists, no other numbers posted. He was with the Saints for 4 years on his rookie deal. So you're looking at 80s numbers for combined tackles, 20s numbers for assisted tackles, and his best year in sacks was 4.5 in 2017. And he actually did get one pick with the Saints for 19 yards. So there's that. Absolutely. Hold on. I will be glad to do that for you. Garrett, give me 1 sec, buddy. Alright, so I gotta keep the sound off so I can shoot the link to him. It'll be in your private chat, buddy. There you go. Alright. Vietnam says, let's go. Hey, Garrett, do we have enough cap room to sign a wide receiver or another corner? Now that I can answer myself. Let me go to over the cap and let's see how much we actually have right now. It should be updated by now. As a matter of fact. I should be able to tell you. We have 19 mil available to us right now. 19.5 as a matter of fact. After all the restructures. So, yes we do. David Scrooge says he's back. Welcome back. But yes, you're looking at roughly about 10 million for rookie contracts. You're looking at somewhere in between 6 to 8 million for injuries for the season next year, and then whatever's left is free agent money. So, Vietnam says, tough to say right now. Spot track shows up sitting at 20.4. I've got it at 19.5 right now. SK. But that doesn't include Hurts, Sanders, or Williams' first years. We also don't have data from Shaq's rework deal. I don't know how much of that was included in the 19.5 that we have right now. So, tough to say. You also have to account for the 12 million rookie pool. Is it 12 million rookie pool? I was going to say 10 million to be safe, but if you say 12, I'll go with it. I still say 10 to be safe. Because we may not sign all of them. Depending on how many needs we still have. And we're filling a lot of them in free agency right now. Oh, okay, that's Garrett. Okay. Okay. So, shout out to Lock Poppy, my mod in YouTube. What's going on, man? Welcome back. This dude is in every stream, basically, that we have ever been doing in the last, 6 months. So, I'm just so hyped to have him still here, man. Okay. Vietnam says, I have another question. How long does the dead cap money last? Meaning, when does it finally leave? We have zero dead cap money right now. As of right now. Garrett says Spot Track projects 11.9 for the top 51. Not exactly sure what that means. Could you explain a little further? Okay, so dead cap can be tricky. It depends if you release a player any remaining guarantees accelerate, and become dead money. That typically hits your cap for that season. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. So that's something new that we all learned here today. Um, so I'm gonna ask you about that 11.9 that you just put in YouTube chat right there. What is that about for the top 51? However, you have the option to list two cuts as June 1st cuts that allow you to spread the dead cap across multiple years. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. So when it comes to salary cap, only your top 51 players actually count. Okay, okay, okay. I got you. I got you. Anybody got any questions on that? That makes sense to y'all? Makes sense to me. I'm just I'm just trying to make sure everybody understands what he's talking about there because it makes sense. That's the current projected rookie pool from Spot Track, but the money doesn't become available until June. Gotcha. All right. All right. That's making sense. All right. So I would assume like all the roster bonuses, all the extra stuff that's not guaranteed money goes towards dead cap, right? That's what I that's what I'm thinking is how that works. I wish Zoom was working so I could we could get this, you know, but Zoom ain't working today, so we're just gonna have to wing it. Bonuses in the NFL are weird. Yeah, that's one of the areas that I had major questions about was the bonuses. So how they work is they fall under two categories: LTB and NLTB, likely to be earned or not likely to be earned. Okay, that's sensible. For example, a workout bonus is considered uh, likely to be earned, or yeah, LTB makes sense. So what would be an example of something that would be not likely to be earned? If you have a player with a $1 million workout bonus, that number will be applied to your cap for the current season. Yeah, that sounds about right. However, if you have a player with a 3 million bonus for hitting 1,000 yards, that would apply to your cap the following season. Okay, okay, I got you. I got you. This making sense to everybody so far? Y'all following along? Not likely to be earned is okay. So, what type of goals would those be? Sam Darnold throwing for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns is likely not to happen. Yeah, I agree, Vietnam. I agree. That ain't gonna happen. Man, honestly, I don't even think Patrick Mahomes could hit 5,000 of this. He's gotten fairly close, but I don't think he's gonna get there either. Um, as far as the yardage, but I don't think no on the touchdowns. No. Um, but Almost any statistical bonus is considered not likely to be earned. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Mahomes broke 5,000, did he? Huh. Okay. I mean, I can't say I'm really surprised, but considering his abilities and what he does, but yeah, Breeze, Brady, and Manning are the only ones I think. Yeah, and Stafford. Stafford did break it. What 2 to 3 years ago with the Rams? Yep. Last year. Last year. Okay. So Stafford broke it last year. Interesting. So the 5,000 thing is something I talk about a lot. Yeah, Andy Reid's system is a beast. We need to model what we're doing after Andy Reid. He knows what he's doing, bro. This is the second time with a with two different teams that he's managed to put together a really really solid team and managed to make huge runs with them. You're talking about the Eagles, you're talking about the Chiefs. And with the Chiefs, you've already got two Super Bowl trophies with the Chiefs now. So, whatever Andy is doing, follow that formula because it works. Um, don't follow his example of picking up runners though. Don't do that. We already saw that experiment fail once. We don't want to do that twice. um, so effectively, the NFL saw the greatest statistical anomaly in the NFL history in 2011. We had two 5,000 passers pre 2011 in NFL history. There were three in 2011 alone. Wow, man. Yep. Yep. That's correct. Stafford, Peyton, Brady, Mahomes, Winston, Stafford, Ben, Marino, and Herbert have all thrown for 5,000. There you go. And Eli was 47 yards away in 2011. How about that? So, that's a crazy stat right there. That's I love stats, and that is a beautiful one right there. Yeah, you said Stafford twice. That's okay. Uh, David Screw says this guy on Twitter says if we get DJ Chark, he has played with the felines, including Jaguars, Lions, and then the Panthers. If he gets signed here, it'd give him a better reason to join us. Well, I don't know about that. If you look at his success over his career, that's a good reason to sign him. I like I like DJ a lot. I do. I think Chark is a really solid wide receiver. And while we're on Spot Track, let's see what his contracts look like. Might as well while we're here, right? So here's what his contracts look like, folks. His most recent one was with the Jags, of course. And you're looking at 4 years total for 4.4. Average per year 1.1 makes sense, rounded down. So the guarantees, the amount earned, total was 5.5 million. All right, so Garrett, walk us through what's not on here, since you're looking at it on your screen. That you feel is important for us to know. For the record, I commented moving to Spot Track over OTC. Spot Track tends to be more accurate and updated in a more timely manner. I happen to agree with that. Sometimes it takes within 24 hours for something to go through. Sometimes it'll be within the same day. you know, during free agency. So, but most of the time during the year, it's within 24 hours. Oh, not listed on Spot Track here on the contracts. Is there anything that we need to know about? Um, for example, any bonuses that are not listed on here would that would qualify as something we might need to know. Chark or Tywin, but it would probably be Tywin. Yeah, Chark's contract was pretty straightforward. Basically, a 4-year rookie deal, and then a 1-year flyer with the Lions. Nothing special here. Okay, good to know. All right. Yeah, Tywin probably wants a lot of money. That's probably true. Um, I don't know how. We'll look at his in a second. Garrett says, not that I see, but OTC tends to have fewer specific details. Okay, that is good to know. Um, with contracts and stuff, I'm not entirely sure what to ask. So that's why I was hoping Zoom would work, so I could kind of let him guide us. On what he wanted us to know about certain contracts and whatnot. Um, so I'm liking. What I'm concerned about is this cap number category right here, because that is going to tell us exactly how much of the cap every year we're looking at in cap percentage. All right, so that looks really solid right there. You're sitting under 3 mil for the first 3 years of that contract. First 4 years of his career after the Lions. So I like what I see there. Um, the Lions' 1-year contract was about 4 mil though. So if we could get him for about that same amount, I think we're in good shape. It's not going to kill us cap wise, and you know I like what we're seeing there. Let's see. Not that I see, but OTC tends to have fewer specific details. OTC lumps a lot of bonuses and guarantees together instead of out and splitting them into types. For example, OTC listed all restructured bonuses as just bonuses. Rookie deals aren't really indicative of the market value. They've locked into very specific number brackets with effectively no wiggle room. Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. Vietnam asks, okay, please explain how the Saints were able to afford Carr and still keep their other players. It makes no sense. They were like 50 million over the cap and still gave 150 mil to Carr. How? Uh, so the Lions contract is likely a more accurate portrait of the market value. Restructure are a heck of a drug, and we don't. Why don't we do it? Finish building our team. Uh, yep, I agree with that. Um, that makes a lot of sense right now. I apologize. I'm just a little overwhelmed with all the data and info that we got going on here. to cover here. All right, so we covered Von Bell. I kind of wanted to cover the rest. Where's the list? Where's the list? I don't think. Did we? Did I repost that list? I don't think I did. An offer to PJ Walker, which means we are drafting a quarterback with the number one position. That is a very, very good thing, upgrading wise. And that tells me we're trying to go in the right direction here. You know, nothing personal, PJ Walker. You know, it's just business, but, you know, we've got to upgrade. We've got to continuously upgrade. I'm going to continue reading these comments here. Carr's first year cap is 7.2 mil. They structured his contract really efficiently. If the Saints can, so can we. Exactly. Agreed. Mickey Loomis is a wizard. That is true, man. That so is Scott Fitterer. I gotta say, Scott Fitterer is a wizard too. You know, I don't know how we got some of these restructures done this year, but Scott, man, hats off to you. For real. Like, he's got a plan. For real. I'm very impressed with what he's done so far, especially with the Miles Sanders signing. Yes. This offense is looking nasty, guys. It really is. We just need to get these wide receivers on board here. And then it's off to the races. I love it. I still think we should shore up that offensive line a little bit, but the wide receiver is the next definite spot of need right now. Since we have pretty much decided, you know, we're drafting a quarterback number one, you know, we upgraded tight end, we upgraded running back. Everybody's been talking about that, you know. So realistically, it's just wide receiver, and then finish up with the O line. We released Pat F line, so obviously we're going to be either signing or drafting a guard. So I have one in mind, and I'm not saying who it is on stream. I'm not going to do it. A few people know, and I've told them to keep their mouth shut because we don't want NFL scouts finding this dude before Scott Fitty does, you know, and getting him on his board. But Mr. Fitter, you can pretty much follow the clues, I think, as far as who this guy is. Check the snap counts. That's the only hint I'm going to give because everybody else is going to figure it out. You know, if you haven't figured it out based on just that, you're doing a terrible job as a scout. Let's be real. But I think we do have a free agent option to fall back on if we miss on a left guard in the draft. And specifically, I'm looking for a left guard in the second round, which we can now afford to do because of all the pieces that we picked up in free agency. We have that freedom now. So I love that. I'm very, very, very happy with that. I don't think this said player is going to drop past the second round, and that's what I'm concerned about. So with that, is it number 39 that we have? Somebody make sure. Check for me. Is it number 39 in the second round? It's early in the second round, I know that. So this guy could drop anywhere in the second. And what I'm worried about is if he drops past the middle of the second round, we have no shot at him anymore. Even if we still had that other second round that we traded away for that number one spot, even if we get it back, there's still no guarantee we're gonna get this guy. And I want to jump on him early. I want us to jump early in that second round. It might be a reach for the guy I'm suggesting, but I want him in Carolina. We've got to replace that left guard spot. If anybody noticed that Saints game where Michael Jordan was absolutely awful, there's no reason why we can't do this. Okay? There's no excuse why we can't do this. And I don't know if I should do this. I don't know if I should do this, guys. Should I tell y'all what left guard I'm looking at in the free agency? I don't know if I should do this. What do y'all think? Y'all think the scouts will get on it quicker than we will? I'm a little concerned about that. Because this guy might slip under the radar. With all the other big free agent pickups, he might slip under the radar. And we could get this guy for cheap. Wait till the draft stream? You think? Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree, like Poppy. I think you're right. I think it's too soon. Can we be sure he's still going to be on the board by then, though? I mean, you were the one that suggested him to me. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, we got the starting five rotation. That's not what we're talking about, Garrett. We're talking about a backup guard. And we could easily draft one in the second round. We don't have to start him immediately, but he'll be a backup guard. He'll work alongside the guys we have, and he'll be just fine. If we develop him correctly. Yeah. And how much should I actually give away here? Because Lock Poppy knows who I'm talking about. The free agent has only played snaps at left guard, to my knowledge. I'd have to check ESPN to make sure, as far as the snap counts from college days. But as far as NFL wise, he's only played snaps at left guard. Now, the one in the draft, that's the one I don't know if I should tell you. I think people should probably find that on their own. And don't say the name if you know it in chat, alright? Don't do it. Alright, the ones I told, y'all know better. Y'all know better. Alright, I have a vibe that Cade Mays might be the guy they have pegged for that. But obviously depth is great. Yeah, it's good. It's good, it's not great. It could be better. And I agree with the Pat F1 cut. I think that was the right move to make. I think we could upgrade there at both that spot and Michael Jordan's spot. But we have to be smart. How do you feel about the Matt Corral situation? I think he's on a rookie contract right now. I think we're not going to move Matt. There's no way we move Matt. Yeah, Pat F1 was dog water. I agree. That's clearly dog water territory. I want to bring on stream Andy. What's going on, Andy?
Hey! Oh, not much. Just here in the front of a schoolhouse picking up my son.
There you go,
Just thought
man.
I saw you. Just thought I'd say hello for a minute and everything. And so he told me the other day when that trade happened, he said the Panthers are dumb. I said, why is that? He said they're talking about the Bears trade and everything.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this trade because we gave up too much, man. To move up 8 spots,
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He
it,
didn't
it
like giving up DJ Moore. I think he was okay with the rest of it, but he said he got rid of DJ Moore.
yeah, I'm not a fan of us giving up DJ. I so if that's what it took to get that number 1 spot, we could have done better, man. We could have done better.
Yeah. I was hoping the Seahawks would have traded for him. Traded for it.
Yeah, I think the Seahawks could have made a move. They're looking for a quarterback right now.
Yeah, I told him I would have offered Lockett and DK Metcalf for the number 1 pick, and then I would have kept my 5 and my 20, and I would draft Stroud with the 1, and then draft 2 rookie wide receivers with the number 5 and number 20 pick, and then there you are. You got your star rookie quarterback and your 2-star rookie receivers.
That's a good option, man. That's a good. I like that. I like that. I mean, realistically, are there any?
But now you all may get Stroud. I think you're going to get Richardson, but I mean, you could end up getting Stroud too. That's the guy everybody wants, Stroud.
Yeah. I like the fact that it's down to those 2 quarterbacks right now because that says, okay, well, we're getting serious about this. We're not interested in injury-prone quarterbacks. We're interested in guys that are actually going to get it done for us. And we have the capability to work with a project quarterback. Scott said it himself, before we even started free agency, that we had the capability of that. So, to me, Anthony Richardson is still on the table. Very much on the table. And
is this guy? If they get Richardson, is he going to start? Game 1.
I don't think so. Andy Dalton's been a vet in the league for a number of years, and you want whoever you draft at number 1 to sit for a year and develop and learn the NFL system, properly learn it, and get it into his brain, and be able to run the offense once he's seen it run properly, and then say, okay, here's the adjustments I would make if I was starter, So that's how that usually works in development. And you've got the quarterback coach working on him with fundamentals, so because that was the biggest thing that everybody was talking about is the fundamentals, that, his accuracy and his footwork and his hands, and I think we're set up to do that with our new quarterback coach. So I like that. And you.
Yeah, I heard a couple names mentioned. There was a couple quarterback coaches, and I forget. See, Jim Caldwell, and I forget the other guy's name.
Yeah. Good luck getting Ken Dorsey out of Buffalo because once he's tasted success up in Buffalo, he's not going anywhere. He's not going back to his old job. There's no way. So, as much as I would love to see that, because he worked with Cam Newton and did a phenomenal job with Cam. And he's doing a phenomenal job with Josh up there, too. No question about it.
Hey, I wanted you to meet my son. He's gonna sit beside him in the car. He don't know I'm on here yet.
Okay.
Hey, Owen. Yeah. This guy here, I want you to meet this guy right here. That guy's named Corey. He's a Panthers fan, just like you. You can say hello.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
You hear him?
Welcome to the stream, my friend. All right.
All right. Well, I'm going to head on out of here, and I'll see you later, because because we're going to cut out from the Wi-Fi signal from the schoolhouse.
Fair enough, man.
All right, bye.
All right. Pleasure having my man Indy on here, as always. He's always a very positive guy, and he has a lot of knowledge to share with the stream, always. Yeah, so let me read Garrett's comment here. I think the big question now is, do we stay at number one? If we go back to 2 or 4, we still get our guy, recoup picks, and effectively make the trade 9-4 just for DJ Moore. That's kind of brilliant. Yeah, but we're not exactly getting the same value back that we tossed to the Bears. See, that's the thing. That's what I'm a little worried about here. Because we're not just talking about like 3s, 4s, 5s, down the line, round draft picks. We're talking first and second rounders here. This is dangerous. When you start throwing those into trades, I mean, this is not Lamar Jackson we're trading for here. This is not Patrick Mahomes that we're trading for here, value-wise. This is a draftable rookie quarterback that we're moving up to number 1 for. Okay, the value is not there. I'm sorry, but it's not there. He's not at that level. He's not going to reach that level. Neither one of these guys are. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody and burst everybody's bubble, but, they were comparing to C.J. Stroud and to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow. I mean, yeah, Joe Burrow with the Bengals did reach the Super Bowl, but did he win? Did he win? That's the point I'm trying to make. And nobody wants to hear that. All they hear is, oh yeah, he reached the Super Bowl. He reached the Super Bowl. Well, good for him. Matt Ryan reached the Super Bowl. Did he win it? My point exactly. This is exactly what I'm trying to tell y'all. We're reaching here. Unless Scott plans on moving back and getting a ton of picks for other positions, and getting a quarterback, and leaving him in development under Andy Dalton for a year or two, I could see that. I could see that making sense. But we gave up way too much. I still feel like we gave up way too much. DJ was... It's... Something just doesn't feel right about this trade, y'all. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm following my gut here, and something tells me that there's more to it. They wouldn't move up to number 1 just to get a quarterback. No. And then I heard what my man David was telling me. The Texans have a ton of picks in this year's draft. And I said, whoa, wait a minute. If we trade to 2 and we get some of these picks, get some of this weaponry back in the draft, I could see this really working out well for us. He's got a point. And let me just, for a point of reference, let me look at what picks the Texans have this year. Because I want y'all to see this. Alright, so the Texans have 2 number 1 picks. 2nd and 12th overall. They have a 2nd round pick, number 33 overall. They have 2 third round picks, 67th and 73rd overall. a fourth, a fifth, and four sixth rounders that they acquired. Three of those they acquired through New Orleans, the Giants, and Minnesota. That's a lot of picks, ladies and gentlemen. If we can cash in on a few of those, we can get some of that draft capital back. I like it. That's the next question when you go down that path. And rightfully so, we've got a little bit of cap room right now. If the 19.5 is the most accurate one that we have right now, what would that number look like after we get done with free agency? Will we have enough to possibly host a player in that trade down to the Texans to number 2? Is that possible? And what player would we be interested in that they have that could work in that trade? You would be taking a hit on draft capital that you'd be getting back, but it's worth it if you get a good player. And, I've got a couple of people looking into that. I was talking to Lock Poppy about that yesterday. So, I'm going to have him look into that and let me know. And we'll revisit that in the next stream that we do. So we don't have to immediately figure that out right now. Free agency is still red hot right now. By the way, if anybody hears of any signings while we're streaming today, throw them in chat. All right, because we want to celebrate those, obviously. And anything big from around the league, we want to pay attention to. But us primarily right now, because a lot of what we're doing right now is getting the attention of the league, by trade. Here's a question that has been posed. What are we doing that is convincing these players to come here? Because before this, nobody wanted to come here. All right? Nobody had any intentions of coming to Carolina at all. We lost at least, how many free agent pickups that we could have had because they saw Matt Rule and they said, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. They said, we don't want to work with that. And it scared them off. And then you take a look at the coaching staff that we just put together. And you say, how many of these guys have rings? How many of these guys have actually coached players that have been in the Super Bowl, or have been on teams that have been in the Super Bowl? I see something bubbling here, man. In the crock pot, man. I see something. That whole picture of Scott Fitter just cooking up something like he's a chef in the kitchen. I love that. Hey, that's awesome. I love that. But yeah, they see some stuff cooking here, man. They said, I want to be a part of that. I want in on that. And so now you've got Miles Sanders, who is one of the top 10 running backs in the league, wanted to come here. You've got Von Bell wanting to come here. You've got all these beautiful choices in the free agency that are wanting to come here, and you say, wow, look at what we just caught in the net. Look at this. Look at this, man. I mean, the fit magic, man. That's what the difference is. And for those of you that have been paying attention, and I've been saying this even throughout the Matt Rule years, Scott Fitter has been doing everything in his power to keep us afloat during the Matt Rule era. And now that he is off his leash and able to do everything he wants to do with this franchise and this team. This is what it looks like. This is a small portion of what it looks like. He's just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beginning. This is the. We haven't even reached even a third of the way up yet. Up the mountain. He's just getting started, y'all. And I gotta say, man, I love what I'm seeing. I absolutely love what I'm seeing. You can't argue with what the results are going to be, man. You can't argue. I mean, every year, this man has been going crazy to get us money in restructure deals, to get us money that we can use, do everything that we need to do to make this possible. And I'm blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. Yeah, I would argue this is one of the best GMs in sports right now. I would argue that right now. So, with that in mind, I think our path going forward is clear. I've never seen any coach or general manager on this team care about this team as much as Scott does and genuinely want to fix this team and turn it into a Super Bowl winning team. I mean, Scott's determination is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And to the point where he is willing to make that trade up to number one. And that even outsmarted me. I wasn't even expecting that. I mean, he outfoxed me, ladies and gentlemen. That's not easy to do. Because I've got a pretty good handle on this team and what we're doing. And, you know, I may not know everything, but I've got a pretty good handle on it. You know, about what's going on here, you know. But this man, left field curveball to me. And he's still blowing my mind. He's still blowing all our minds right now with these moves. Oh, man. And I couldn't even imagine being Scott having to deal with Matt Rule during that time period. I couldn't even imagine. Just put yourself in Scott's place. You know, you have all the tools right in front of you to be able to build a dynasty within 2 to 3 years. And every time you try to put something in place, Matt just goes, no. Let's put a roadblock in your way. Let's put training wheels on this bike. God, the frustration. I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't even imagine, y'all, what that must have been like for him. So, now that he's got all of that time and all of that ability, all of those tools available to him without being restricted, training wheels, nothing. He's totally free. Look at the results. I mean, it's magical. It is purely magical. CMC said it himself too. Fitter is one of the best to do it. There you go. You heard it from CMC himself. You heard it from CMC himself. Man. I feel like that CMC trade was forced, though, by Matt Rule. I gotta say it. I gotta say it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I had to say it. But Jay-Z took 7 years. Yeah, exactly. What a joke. What an absolute joke. I am so done with the Matt Rule era. It is over. It is finished. The last remnants are gone. Hallelujah, as Panther fans, can we say that? Oh, man. And it is the beginning of a new era in Carolina. This is the beginning. And it really is. So, let's take a look at let's take a look at Hayden Hurst. Shall we? Let's look at Hayden Hurst. Let's see. And I love this signing. I absolutely love this signing. 5 things to know about him. From Augustus Stone. Let's go. South Carolina connection. He was originally from Jacksonville, Florida. He actually played with Bozeman in Baltimore. He spent some time in Atlanta and Cincinnati. He had a baseball career. He walked away from that due to his anxiety. I saw that in an article earlier this week. And he was actually drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates, ironically enough. 17th round too. That's not a fluke. You know, if you pay attention to that Major League Baseball draft, 17 is actually real good. So he walked away from a real good baseball career to play tight end in football. And it's paid off for him. I would definitely say it's paid off. His community service, he got a community award. And he generated more than $150 million in $150,000 in donations to the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation, which deals with depression and raises awareness of mental health issues with children and adolescents by funding mental health services and programs. That's a wonderful thing. I can't even begin to tell you how wonderful that is, considering what era of American history we're in right now and what we've just been dealing with. Fantastic. You know, if we were to talk about mental health, I would be here for an hour just talking about that alone. Of course, granted, this is a football stream, so I can't exactly do that here. Not the right platform for that, but you guys can PM me about that, and I'll be glad to talk to you about it because I've got some thoughts on that issue. But the fact that he was able to generate that much in donations for that in a wonderful cause, absolutely wonderful cause. Cannot wait to see what he does in Charlotte with that community service, man. That is, wow. That's big. That's big. People are gonna overlook that, you know, in the fine print of things that you do in the community service, you know, and they say, it's community service. No, don't overlook that. Please don't overlook that. I'm telling you right now. How many people right now suffer with anxiety or depression right now? And I mean, like, you don't need to say it in chat, but just how many people? You know? Humongous charity right there. So, I'm going to get off that. And, so let's talk about Miles Sanders. I think Miles Sanders is the biggest name that everybody's got on the brain right now as far as free agency. Yeah. Carl says, I'm not ashamed to admit I've dealt with both. Yep. I'm not either, man. And I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fair. But if you ever want to talk about that stuff, PM me, man. PMs and DMs are wide open to talk about that stuff. I want to be helpful to anybody that needs it. For real. I, I deal with a lot of it myself. So I'll be the first one to tell you. You know, and it's scary. It is. Not 50% of the people who suffer from ADHD also suffer from anxiety. And anxiety and depression go hand in hand. That is a fact, Corey McKinney. That is an absolute fact. I mean, if you guys want, I can take a few minutes to really dive into my thoughts on that. But I'd rather keep it football related at the moment. Because we got a lot to cover still. But yeah, if you guys want to, we can. Carl says, yeah, I definitely understand if people don't want to talk about it, but it does help to have someone that understands it to talk to. Yeah. Truth, man. Truth. So, I just wanted to make sure to highlight that on the stream. For anybody that missed that. That's big. Alright, so let's talk about Miles Sanders for a minute, man. Let's get back on that football topic. He ran for 1,269 yards and 11 touchdowns for the Eagles last season and had 3,708 rushing yards and 20 touchdowns in the last 4 seasons. This is Miles Sanders. We just signed this man. What is it, 3-year contract? 3-year contract or 4-year contract? And this is huge. Huge. And we're still open to signing Foreman back. Think about that, folks. We still are open to Foreman. Imagine having both of these men in our running back core, plus Chuba, who in his own right was in the top 10 in running backs for the majority of the season that he started, when CMC went down. Those numbers don't lie, folks. Once Chuba fixed that catching and fumbling issue, he was top 10. And that for a backup running back that could immediately start today for many, many teams in the league. You want to talk about market value? That's market value. If we ever put that dude on the trading block, he's going to give us some picks for sure. But let's hope to God we never have to. But I'm going to tell you that right now. Those numbers right there are enough to generate some market value. I would say a second or third rounder. Considering he's a big name running back as a backup. He would be the best backup running back if he were to hit free agent market right now. Think about that. Now, I'm not saying do anything with him. I'm saying keep him here. Keep him here. I want him still here in Carolina. That's huge, though. That's huge. I love Miles Sanders, man. I've been following this dude, ever since he went to the Eagles. And I love what he has given on the field and the type of person he is off the field as well and in the locker room. He's a great locker room asset. He just keeps his head down and gets the work done, man. And that's exactly what our running back room does. You never heard any complaints out of DJ either, when he was with us. Not a single one. The only time he spoke up was about that turf, and he was absolutely correct. By the way, I back him 100% on that. But, you know, for guys like DJ Moore and Miles Sanders that keep their heads down and don't complain, they're great assets, man. It's a great representation of our running back room and what we do. Chuba and Sanders already double trouble. If Foreman comes back, that would be overkill. Which I don't mind it. You ain't lying, Carl. You ain't lying. I'm going to tell you that right now. Whew. Man, just imagine that running back room if you would, for just a moment. Just all three of them put together. Now, I heard rumors that Derrick Henry was being traded. Nope. I like our running back room just fine if we get Foreman back. I like it just fine. I'm more than happy with it. Alright, so. Foreman isn't coming back. We offered him and he didn't take the deal. That's why we got Miles. Yeah. That's exactly how you should read that. Corey McKinney's got it right. That's the read I got too. As soon as I saw Miles got signed here, I was just like, yep, Foreman's gone. So that tells me we're in great shape. We're still in great shape. I love our running back room right now. I love Miles Sanders. I love Chuba. I like Blackshear. I think he's got a lot of potential as well. We're developing him right now, and so far so good. I like the results I've seen from Blackshear in special teams, and in preseason when we've been trying him out. So, that being said, getting back to Hayden Hurst, and this is football related, Ian Thomas took a pay cut to stay here. Now, I know that's going to make a couple of people unhappy or a handful of people unhappy because they had some issue with Ian Thomas where he just wasn't breaking through that glass ceiling. He's had a number of years now to break through. But what I'm going to tell people is be patient. We had bad management before that was not developing him correctly. And now that we have the proper management and the right coaches, let's give him another year. Let's see how he does under this new management. Okay, if he flops, he flops. He either sinks or swims under this new management. And I say a max of 2 years. He either sinks or he swims. Because at this point, I can totally understand upgrading him if he sinks. Totally understand it. I'm with y'all on that. Alright? I want to make sure that's clear. Because I'm all about making sure that these players get the proper time that they need to try to break through that glass ceiling with the proper coaching. If they don't get that, then fair enough. Let's move them. But I'm not moving them for nothing but money. No. I'm moving them for picks if I'm moving them. If I'm Scott. There's no reason why you can't do that. So, with that in mind, we have Richie, we have Tommy Tremble over at tight end as well. Now, Richie is functioning as a fullback and is being paid fullback money. Now, the real question here is Tommy Tremble. Do you feel like we should upgrade him in 2024? Or should it be Ian Thomas? If Ian Thomas flops. What's your thoughts, folks? Throw them in the chat. I want to know what y'all are thinking on that. Let me pick y'all's brain a little. Because the tight end position has been a topic of major discussion lately. And now that we have that freedom to kind of explore that a little bit more, while we're taking care of all the needs, now that position's opened up for discussion a little more. I was kind of closing those conversations down because we had so many needs to take care of, but we took care of a lot of those in free agency. So now it's opened back up. I want to hear opinions. But, we need to upgrade the tight end position. We need to upgrade the tight end position. And yet we've got nothing. When the conversations finally opened back up. Wow. Okay. I'm not sure what to do with that. That's interesting. Alright. Well, I'll let y'all stew on that. I'll let y'all stew on that topic while we move on. So now, I kind of want to talk about that Bozeman re-signing. I really want to kind of dive into that. Because like I said, man, you don't want this man hitting the free agent market. No. Bozeman is way, way too important to have thrown out there on the free agent market. He is Ryan Coolo 2.0. You can see the results on the field. The man, honestly, alongside Corbett, are incredible anchors of this offensive line, and I'm absolutely thrilled. That was the big signing that I was most concerned about. We had to have him back. There was just no way around it. We had to have him back. Because otherwise, you were sitting there with more hurt quarterbacks, and I mean, who wants to really do that? And a repeat of when we didn't have an offensive line, But Bozeman to me is an incredible human being, and I love him. I love him, and I'm so absolutely thrilled he's here. I sent out a tweet to him, in reply to one of his tweets, a comment on one of his tweets, and I expressed how much we needed him, and I don't do that for many players, but I did for him because I recognized how special he was and how important he was. And I did the same for one other player as well, I think, and I forget who it was. And I basically just said, man, thank you so much for what you do in Carolina. Like, this team would not be the same without you here. We would still be searching for a center answer. We would still be looking for somebody that could rally this locker room, and be the centerpiece, and be the anchor of this offense. And I mean, that's exactly what he is to us. I can't speak enough about the character of Bradley Bozeman. I can't. There's just no way. It's too big for one stream. It really is. So, that to me was the biggest move of the offseason. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that. I know a lot of people are going to say, it was Hayden Hurst or maybe it was Miles Sanders. And, those are huge signings too. All of these are huge signings and they're put together and they're huge in their own way. But Bozeman, ladies and gentlemen, this whole entire offense would not run if we did not have Bozeman and Corbett up there. We all know it. We can't argue with it. It's true. It can't run properly without those two. So, with him being locked up for 3 years, I feel so much better about the future of this offense. I can't even begin to tell you how relieved I was when I got that news over my phone. I can't even begin to tell you. I was out in public. I was hanging out with somebody, and I got the news, and good Lord, man. I wanted to do cartwheels. I literally wanted to do cartwheels with that information that I got. And that was like taking Mount Everest off of our shoulders and just saying, here, put it back. We don't need it anymore. We don't need that stress. We don't need that frustration anymore. We got our guy. He's still here. Man. And Foreman is important too. I liked Foreman, but if I had to choose between the two, Bozeman all the way, 1,000%. No question. No question. I wouldn't even hesitate with that decision. As much as I like Foreman, there's a ton of other running backs out there like Sanders that we just signed in free agency. That could really make a big impact for us and are the right choices. But there's no better option to choose than Bozeman in any of these situations. None. It was just like, finally, we could breathe again. We could finally breathe again as a franchise. The thought of him going to another team scared me. Just like it did with Ryan Khalil. I was not happy when Ryan Khalil left. That hit me like a 10-ton truck when Ryan Khalil was not re-signed. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. I was not thrilled with that move. And we got our guy, man. Carl says, a guy like Bozeman calling out blocking assignments in the middle of is huge. Just look at the improvement after he came in last year. Oh, it was massive. It was absolutely massive, guys. Absolutely massive. Is he perfect? No. But is he the perfect fit for us? Absolutely. And I will never, ever stray away from that. As long as he continues doing what he's doing. And his family seem wonderful. And the work he's doing in the community is absolutely amazing too. I can't say enough good things, man. I honestly can't. Like, it makes me so happy. Alright, so let's talk about Deshaun Williams. Well, we're on a positive note right now. Let's go to Deshaun Williams. And those of you who have been paying attention to my streams and know me and the way I do things on this stream, I have been repeatedly asking for a Clemson player on this roster for the longest time. A former Clemson player. And we finally have one. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. Finally. And I got chills, man. The fact that we got this guy. I got chills. At a position of need. Like, Scott, you're a straight up magician. I don't know how you're doing this, but you're a magician. And the fact that we had coaches that would not allow him to explore all the options out there really pissed me off. Because, yeah, we've had a lot of success with Gamecocks players. Yeah, we've had a lot of success with Auburn players, and yeah, I understand getting Bama players before Clemson people. You know, I got no problem with that. I want the best 53-man roster we could build. No matter where these guys are from. I don't care if they're from William and Mary, for goodness sakes. Just get the best 53-man roster possible to get us wins. That's all I care about. Now, if that doesn't include a Clemson player, fair enough. But we're talking about a Clemson squad that has won 2 national championships, both of them off of Alabama. These players are special. Okay? This is not your Tommy Bowden Clemson people. Okay? This is the Dabo Swinney squad. And not only that, this is one of the pieces from Venables' defense. Brent Venables' defense. And these guys are extremely valuable in the NFL. Very valuable. And they've done a lot of really great things. This guy specifically is a fantastic run stopper. He's ranked number 8 in run stopping in the league. Has 34 starts in 50 games with an interception and 4.5 sacks. And that doesn't include his tackle numbers. That's just the other numbers. And the fact that we had to get some help for Derek Brown, we had to get a piece for the 3-4, you know, to make it work. And this is a hometown guy. It's a perfect fit. Man, I gotta praise Ejiro on this one. I have to absolutely praise Ejiro. Because this is one of his guys that was formerly with the Broncos. And they did a lot of work down there in Denver last year, specifically. With the 3-4, and it worked. So we started for 15 games last year. He's also worked with the assistant Dom Capers as well. And I'm very pleased that he's going to work very well with Shy Tuttle as well. And he spent time with the Dolphins, Colts, and the CFL, Canadian Football League. In addition to 3 stints with the Saints, 3 stints with Denver. So he's been around. He was originally an undrafted free agent. And the fact that he has risen up from being an undrafted free agent to all of that, and now coming to Carolina, where he is back home, where he rightfully belongs, as a defensive tackle for us, is beautiful. I could not be more happy with this pickup. And Carl says, I thought this was a solid pickup. I've seen some hate for the move, and I don't understand why. It's because he's a former Clemson player. I don't know why people hate Clemson as much as they do. You know, we won 2 national championships. It's not like we're Bama and we won like 6 and we just keep going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. You know, come on, guys. You know, Clemson doesn't tout themselves as anything other than what they are, and people hate that because it, it messes with the system. It messes with the system, man, and same with the Panthers right now. We're messing with the NFL system, and they hate it. Oh my God, they hate it. Can you imagine how much these ESPN reporters are just like, oh, I can't stand it, but we gotta do a report on the Panthers. We can't stand it. They're number 1 in the draft order. Oh, what was me? They've got all these player pickups in free agency. Oh my gosh. You know, we hate it, but it's the number 1 story. Oh man. Come on, ESPN. Y'all know I had to rag on you a little bit. Y'all know I had to. I know that's exactly what y'all are thinking right now. And you know, me and the media have kind of been throwing blows in the past year. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. But yeah, I love this pickup. Sean Williams is great, man. I don't understand what people don't like about him, but you know, I'm here for it. I'm here for that pick. Uh, let's see. What else is there that we haven't talked about yet? Carl, help me out here, man. Is there anything else we haven't hit on yet? Because I know that's a lot of material right now to cover. We restructured Johnny Hecker's contract, Corbett's contract. Um, oh, that reminds me. We went with Zane Gonzalez over Eddie. I don't agree with that decision because honestly, I don't like the fact that we've got an injury-prone kicker compared to a guy that's kicked like what, nearly like 90, somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to 95% of his kicks accurately throughout the year, and actually did pretty well. Yeah, there was one game where he sucked, but and I'll say that he did suck because he missed 2. Beating himself. So I don't see why, you know, off of one game or maybe a few kicks, we're going with Zane Gonzalez. This makes no sense. When Zane Gonzalez has shown us that, you know, he was hooking it left as well. Even during training camp, I was watching him. Last year, as a matter of fact, before he even got injured. And I was sitting there going, huh? And we're going with Zane over that? Hold up now. That doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense on 2 fronts. One, the injury. 2, you know, the injury with the during the warm-ups, plus his misses during training camp, of course, and preseason. But 2, the fact that it doesn't make sense money-wise. We could have saved an additional, what, $1 million off of that if we had. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that don't make no sense to me, man. That don't make no sense. No sense at all. Why? When you can clearly save $1 million a cap and choose the better kicker that is not injured yet. Keyword yet. You know, he's healthy as a horse. Why are we choosing that over Eddie? I don't get it. I mean, I'm not mad at it, but I'm just confused. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not mad at it at all. I just want to make sure that that's perfectly clear. Not mad at it at all. I'm just confused. Somebody clear that up for me. Um, when he's healthy, he's solid, but can he stay healthy? Exactly. Eddie didn't miss a game last year, and he was the highest percentage made, I believe. Yeah, he was even right. I just hope we aren't scraping the barrel of leftover kickers at some point this year. Yeah, that's what worries me, man. And while we're on that subject, what does every kicker that we have tossed since 2015 had in common? Answer: they hooked the ball to the left. I don't know. But the fact is, it happened. Okay? We lost Gano. We lost Eddie now to that problem. Is the latest casualty. And we lost one other one, I believe, too. To that same problem. Now, why was that only fixed when we got that special teams coach? Riddle me this, Panther fans. Mismanagement. Mismanagement. They weren't training them on techniques, footwork, and all that such. You know, I love the fact that we had a former player as a special teams coach, you know, but he wasn't teaching them nothing. He wasn't teaching them what they needed to know. And that's why he had to go. And we got the best special teams coach because of it. We upgraded. And we did well. I'm happy with it. But again, we saw those same issues pop up with Eddie this year. You know, and that's why he wasn't like perfect throughout the entire year, or near perfect like all the rest of these kickers. And you're just sitting there going, huh? It don't make no sense. It don't make sense. I don't get it. I mean, somebody solve that mystery for me too, because I'm still trying to figure that one out. But yeah, I agree with Black Poppy here, man. I hope we're not scraping the barrel again. I really hope not. But we've hit on some really good kickers, though. I mean, you can't deny it. The results are there. Every one of them that we have hit on has been 90% or above. Can't argue with those results. If they're below an 85%, that's when you toss them. But 90% or above, green light. Keep them. Because there's a lot of teams out there that don't have kickers that are that good. I.e. the Chicago Bears. I mean, look at their kicking situation, man. It's just awful. Yeah, but we're not going to go there. We've given the Bears too much already, right? Just with this trade alone. But the way I see it with this Chicago trade as well, you know, is, you know, it's payback. It is a little bit payback if you think about it. Because we got Greg Olsen for pennies on the dime with that trade. If you think back to that trade. Now, we're returning the favor with draft picks. You know, and DJ Moore. So, I mean, to me, like, it's a little bit of tit for tat. you know, and I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't. I don't know. I don't know if that was the right move to make. Time will tell, guys. Alright, so we restructured Dante Jackson's contract as well. Um, what else do we need to talk about here? What else do we need to cover? Oh, Shy Tuttle. And we also tendered an offer to Sam Franklin, too. Special teamers. Alright, so Shy Tuttle. Let's talk about Shy Tuttle real quick. And then we'll turn it over to you guys. Because I think we covered all of it, though. After Shy Tuttle here. Now, Shy Tuttle is a name that I'm familiar with. I've been paying attention to him since he came into the league. He's a Saints defensive tackle. I've heard the name, but I haven't heard that he's really done that much. You know, so I feel like this could potentially be the next oh, who's the defensive tackle we just got rid of? Let me find out real quick. Sorry about the yawn there. Um, we tossed a defensive tackle. I forget who it was now. Was that in 2022 maybe? That we did that? Oh, Davion Nixon. I think Shy Tuttle is better than Davion Nixon at this point, but not much. I think it's going to be another one of those situations where, he's going to be seen but not really heard. He's going to get those run stops. Yeah, Matt Iniditis. Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Um, yeah, it's going to be another one of those Matt Iniditis situations where we got a solid guy, but he's going to be seen but not heard. Get these run stopping tackles. The tackle number is going to be high, but everything else is going to be like you know. But watch his pass deflection numbers. That's what I want people to pay attention to. That's what a lot of people miss. Watch the pass deflection numbers. Because that's going to tell you what Shy Tuttle is capable of doing on this defense. And how we plan on using him. So, based on this 3-4 system, you're going to see him on the defensive line right next to Brown. And he's going to be trying to deflect the passes for us. Not necessarily bull rushing, but deflecting passes. That's going to be his area of expertise. So I'm expecting to see a handful of pass deflections by the end of the year. Now, based on that number, is how well he did during the year. And the amount of run stopping tackles up the middle. Derek Brown is going to help out with that a lot, and it's going to make his numbers look good. Keep that in mind. They're going to make his numbers look good, tackling wise. But it's the pass deflections that are going to be the real value of how he does. So, I'm centered on that this year. I'm going to watch that. and I'll watch him in training camp, and I'll see. I'm hoping to see a couple of pass deflections in training camp on the 6 days that I'm going in July. If I see that, that's a very good sign. If I see more than two, that's a very good sign indeed, because that shows me if he can do that in training camp, he can do that in a preseason game. Effectively against live opponents. Consistently. So, I'm not so much interested in what he's done as a Saint as I am as a Panther. I want to see what he's capable of doing in a Carolina Panthers uniform. And I've said that many times about every player that comes into Carolina. I want to see what you do as a Panther. Yeah, you might have had a great history with some other team. You might have looked fantastic with another team. But how do you do as a Carolina Panther? That's what matters to us. That's what matters to all of us. And should matter to all of us. Because that's what we're paying these guys for. They're under contract with us. For this year going forward. Okay, so show me that, and I'll be impressed with you. Don't show me that, and you'll be another Madden-itis. It's that simple. With the management that we have in place, that's what's going to happen. Sink or swim. And that's exactly how it should be with this roster. Sink or swim. You either make it or you break it. And I want to see which one of these players really challenge themselves in this training camp and really make it. That's what I really want to see. And we got a lot of competitive players coming in. We got some real hot competition in training camp this year. This is going to be fun. I want to watch this camp very, very closely. I'm definitely going to be there 6 days this year. Because I got to see what these guys put on talent-wise for us. I want to see what these guys have to show us. You can talk all day about your talents and what you did with such and such a city, but I want to see it in Panther uniform talent-wise. I want to see it in action. Right in front of my eyes. Prove it. Prove that you could do what you did in those cities. Oh, for some of these players, I know they're going to say, oh, well, I got this. I got this. Show me, man. Show me. How about that corner room for just a minute, man? We got Josh, who's going to be here locked in through 24. Josh Norman's going to be here through 24, ladies and gentlemen. I checked that a couple weeks ago, and I saw that, and I was just like, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. We might not have to replace CJ this year, man. We might not have to replace CJ. We got 3 solid corners right now. We got J.C. Horn. We got Dante Jackson. And we got Josh Norman. I mean, if you ain't happy with that 3 right there, there's something wrong. Yeah, we got Josh locked up through 24. That's a wrap. We got him locked up through 24. If you want to replace C.J. Henderson, be my guest with a draft pick. I'm cool with it. But he better be better than C.J. Otherwise, we just wasted a draft pick and money. But to me, man, I really don't want to see us pick a corner in the second round. I need that corner to be in the 3rd or 4th round. Because, look, man, we're replacing a number 4 corner spot if we pick a corner. That's what we're doing. And this guy trained up should be able to get the job done once Josh leaves, and retires, a Panther. He should be able to get the job done. We trading this guy up, right? So if you don't like him this year, whatever corner you pick up, that's fine. Go back and pick up another one in another year. 24 or 25. We just pick up another replacement. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. But, again, whoever we get has to be better than CJ Henderson. That's the point I'm trying to make, y'all. We need to constantly upgrade, not downgrade. And that's what I'm trying to push right now. Upgrade, not downgrade. We're not downgrading no more. This ain't the Matt Rule era. This is not the Ron Rivera era. This is not the John Fox era no more. This is the Frank Wright era. And it's time. It is beyond time to be constantly upgrading. Scott is in control of this team, and he knows exactly what he's doing. And with every position you have seen signed in free agency this week, we have upgraded. Have we not? Well, maybe not on the Andy Dalton one. But everywhere else, yes. Everywhere else, absolutely. And you could even make an argument for Andy Dalton. As a matter of fact, because people were talking about his accuracy being better than Sam Darnold's. Here's another reason why I like Anthony Richardson being on our radar still at number one. Yes, it might be a reach, but hear me out. Hear me out. That deep ball of his is something we have not had in Carolina in years. Not since Cam Newton hurt his shoulder. Think about that for a minute. Let that sink in. How many quarterbacks have we ran through in Carolina that did not have the deep ball ability? And I mean, that includes PJ before he started dropping off the map. Think about that for a minute. With AR, we could have that again. And with Josh working with him, I could see it. I could see it, ladies and gentlemen. I could see a very, very successful guy right here if we train him up. I mean, yeah. We're not talking Patrick Mahomes level or Lamar Jackson level, but I mean, yeah. We could definitely get him up, to a level where he could really be competitive for us. And as an eventual starter for us. But we've got to have him train under Andy Dalton, who is a Pro Bowl vet, for a year. Let him learn. Let him work with them. And I guarantee you, there's a reason we went for Andy Dalton. There's actually 2 or 3 reasons we went for Andy Dalton. But one of them I'm going to highlight specifically. Andy Dalton's accuracy. I just mentioned that a minute ago, right? We're back to that argument. With Andy Dalton working with AR on his footwork, on his technique, and doing what the quarterback coach should be doing in Carolina before we got the new one, Josh McCown up in here. I think it was Josh McCown, right? Am I right? Anyway, y'all correct me. But the new quarterback coach, before we got him in here, we were not working on that as well as we could have been. Not since Ken Dorsey went up to Buffalo. So, with Andy working with him, this could be real interesting, y'all. This could be real interesting. It could get real interesting very quickly. And Scott Fitterer himself said, we've got the system to work with a project quarterback. It's there. It's in place. I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, Anthony Richardson, we could have a potential Pro Bowler on our hands if we train him right. Now, I'm not saying Like I said, he's not on the elite level. He's never going to reach the elite level. He's never going to be Cam Newton. So anybody that says Cam Newton, y'all can stop right now. He's never going to be Cam Newton level. But what he can be is Anthony Richardson level. You know what I'm saying? He could be his own level of success. Right in between the the Sam Darnold level and the Joe Burrow level. He could be right in the middle of that somewhere. That's the potential I see right now. Now he could exceed that. He could exceed that. He could blow everybody's minds right now. Walk into camp and just be like, hey, I'm here. And then start throwing darts. Like you wouldn't believe. I'm not expecting that day one of camp, but by the end of training camp, if he starts throwing some darts, man, watch out. I'm just saying that right now. CJ does have that ability right now. I'll argue that. And that's why the two of them are in competition for that number one pick right now. If AR reaches his potential under the right coaching, we could have our potential starting quarterback. Now, I'm not saying franchise quarterback. I'm saying starting quarterback. But yes, we need more wide receivers. We absolutely need wide receivers. And I think that's the next step today, is getting wide receivers in free agency. Who am I looking at right now? I'm looking at Juju. I'm looking at Hardman from Kansas City, and I'll come back to those two in a second. I'm looking at Chark, who is visiting us. I'm looking at a couple of others actually too. One of which names was mentioned in this chat earlier. Let's see. I actually don't remember who it was. There were rumors that DeAndre Hopkins might get traded. I think that's going to be too much for us to handle because he wants a, what was it, a second or third rounder? It's second rounder. And that's going to be too much, for us to bear right now. We've already given up too many picks as it is. So I really do still like Hopkins for the price. It's just a matter of like, can we afford to pay him, and are we willing to move those picks? And is Higgins not signed yet? That's the first time I've heard Higgins' name for a while. I haven't heard his name associated with free agency yet this year. Is he a free agent right now? I'd be very interested in Higgins. He's got very special physical abilities, but he could be a polished passer in the league. Talking about AR. Because if he can be deadly on a team, he has a good run game and defense that we were projected to have. It could be nasty, yeah. I agree, Carl. Talking about AR. Anthony Richardson. I'm with you on that. But getting back to these wide receivers, I want to talk about Juju and Hardman specifically. And I want to show this to you on stream so you guys are aware of it. There it is. Now, the reason I'm I'm targeting these two. Uh-oh. Juju got signed by the Patriots. Okay, that's fine. But if you look at Juju's contracts, it's cheap, man. Look at this. They're paying him $8.1 million. But I mean, before this, it was a rookie. It was a very small um, number, cap number wise. Now it's like 25 mil, right? But before that, it was like half of that. Not even 10 mil. You know, for a 2 or 3 year deal. All right, so let's look at Hardman. I'm interested in Hardman, and as of now, they still have not re-signed him, and I'm very interested in this. Look at this cap number, guys. Over a course of 4 years, you're looking at $7.8 million for a cap hit. That's not too bad, guys. We could have that. We could absolutely have that. And if I had to choose my pick between Juju and Hardman, it would absolutely be Hardman. I love that number, though. That's something we can work with. So, that being said, are you guys interested in McCole Hardman? Or am I saying that first name right? I don't. McCole. I can never get that name right. I hear people saying it like every year, and I can never get it right. I have that bad habit of like misspelling and saying names wrong, but I like him, dude. And the Chiefs have not re-signed him yet. So, that being said, you know, you can't argue with that cap number. That would be a real great asset for our wide receiver core. Hardman has enough speed to take the top off the defense, and I believe it's pronounced Mecole. Okay, Mecole. Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that. I always appreciate it when people give me the correct pronunciations and correct me on that. I want to make sure I get it right, you know, to show respect towards the players and the person more importantly. So, let me get to these comments from Need a Lot More Saturday Pro Football on YouTube. Love that name. That's great. Panthers need wide receivers. Yes, we were just talking about that. But those were the guys I was targeting, though. And Juju's off the board. And a lot of the people were saying Juju isn't real good without his counterpart wide receiver. You know, he kind of dropped off the map stats-wise. And I can't argue with that when you go back and look at the stats. However, you know, when paired with Hardman, he was a beast. They were both really chemistry-based together, and they were amazing together. So I would not be surprised if New England goes and signs Hardman too. So don't be surprised if they put a price tag on him too for this free agency market. But I want Hardman. I'm pushing hard for Hardman right now. I want this man in Carolina uniform. I want him suited up and ready to go on Sundays. That's a beast of a wide receiver right there. I was watching him just flood my fantasy numbers like crazy last year. And I was sitting there going, are you serious? This guy's just putting up massive fantasy numbers. He's putting up massive stats. I mean, you can't argue with the results. Kansas City knew exactly what they had. But they had to downsize a little bit because of cap. So, fair enough, you know. But yeah, somebody tell me if T. Higgins is still a free agent or not. I'm gonna look that up actually. T. Higgins. Yes, he is. Well, would you look at that? Look at that, man. Look at that cap number. Oh, that's a beautiful cap number. Where are we going after this dude? Oh, that's money right there. Between him and Hardman, man. Ooh, that's a tough choice. That's a tough call, man. I'm not even gonna lie. Let's run a. Let's run it back in chat, y'all. Who do y'all like more, T. Higgins or Hardman at this point? Which one would y'all want in a Panther uniform? And go. Who do y'all want? Y'all seen both the numbers? Who do y'all want? Throw in a vote. Alright, while y'all are doing that, when did PJ Walker get cut? Well, technically, he didn't get cut. We just didn't offer him a new deal. So, Chark is limited. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I don't think he's limited. I think he's a very good wide receiver. He's got a lot of skills, and they were using him very differently than we probably would have. You know, under our new system. DeAndre Hopkins is slow now. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man. Yeah, his numbers slowed down a little bit, but I mean, that's just a hair's width. He's still got it in him. I believe in Hopkins. I believe he could still get those numbers back up. You know, like say you pair him with Lamar Jackson. Oh yeah, he's gonna flourish. He's gonna absolutely flourish. I believe that. Maybe a Josh Allen, maybe up at Buffalo. You know, God, yeah. He ain't lost his step. Not yet. Panthers have a great secondary. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. I like that secondary right now. It's looking more and more tasty by the minute. And I can't wait to see what we start signing here soon. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Y'all remember this. Yesterday, it was dead quiet, like a graveyard. And then all of a sudden around like 7 or 8. Ding, 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 ding. Like, we signed this, we signed that. I was just like, what? Y'all sit around, man. Y'all wait around. We about to see a signing today. We might see it on stream. I got a feeling we are. Somebody's gonna hear about one, and we gonna hit it. We gonna celebrate it today. All right, so oh, you talking about Rashard Higgins? I was talking about T. Higgins, bro. But I'm glad you said Rashard Higgins too, though. I am. Okay, Rashard Higgins. Okay. Melvin's still around somewhere. I see that name on the list. That's interesting. Oh yeah, Higgins is still signed with us. Oh no, he isn't. He isn't. Okay, so we gotta offer him a tender then. You know, $1 million. Oh yeah, that'll be an easy signing right there. He'll come back. I'll see that. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Started streaming today, so We're the great Donta Foreman. Unfortunately, we offered him, we sent him an offer, but he did up there in age a little bit. But I mean, he's still got a lot to give to a team. You know, most good wide receivers picked though, bad wide receiver free agency year. That's true. That's true. We would be better off using one of these draft picks for a wide receiver, probably late round, fourth round, maybe. You know, and let's just see if we could add to the wide receiver core. We got to get that linebacker taken care of. We got to get an extra defensive end, maybe. Definitely the left guard position and the quarterback before we can think about wide receiver, you know, in the draft. But, you know, if we see somebody we really like and we don't want to miss on it, you know, in the third round, I'd say, okay, that's fine. You want to jump on it? Jump on it. I'd prefer to have a linebacker in the third round, though. But if you see somebody that you think is going to go off the board before we get him, we can get him. I give you the green light. You know, with a bad wide receiver board in free agency, that's fair. I'm not gonna argue with that. As long as we get a linebacker, you know, in this draft, I'm happy. You know, we got to get it from somewhere. You want Dan Arnold back? Nah. Pass on Dan Arnold. Sorry. He just was not it for us, man. Yeah, no disrespect, but he just was not it. You know, he wasn't putting up the numbers that we needed. He was a great guy, but he just was not putting up the numbers. I don't think anybody can disagree with that, really. Yeah. Iniditis stunk. Yeah, he did. He was barely noticeable out there. Nothing personal, again, towards the players that we let go this year, but we barely noticed you out there, man. You know? And as a defensive tackle, you got to be noticed. You got to step up. You got to make those tackles, man. And we see these guys making like one tackle a game, and it's just like, really? That's it? Show us something. Show us something more here. I need to see more than just one tackle. Show me a pass deflection. Show me, you know, like 2 or 3 tackles. You know, show up on the stat board. That'll tell me, you know, okay, we got a solid defensive tackle here. You know, we need to keep him around. You know, so that's my advice for Shy Tuttle. You know, um, you know, and our newly acquired defensive tackle from the Broncos, Mr. Williams. Show up. You know, let us see those numbers on the board. Light it up, man. Light it up. I need to notice you. You know, don't be mad at Unitas. Don't do that. Show up. In the last 2 to 3 years of Star Lutulue, he didn't show up. You barely noticed his numbers out there. And he just kept degrading and degrading and degrading out there. And I'm just going, no, we need to replace this. You know, so... And I saw that from Matt Iniditis, and I thought, okay, well, maybe Matt Iniditis is a product of the system. You know, maybe he had all that talent around him helping him out. And then I thought, okay, well, look at the talent that we've had in on this Carolina defense around Matt Iniditis. And, you know, there's no excuse. You can't make that excuse. You can't give him that crutch. You know what I mean? Because we've had the talent around him. You know, Derek Brown, Brian Burns, we've had the talent. Frankie Luvu, he's got no excuse not to step up. So, I totally understand why we let Iniditis go. You know, and it's nothing personal, man. It's just business, man. You know, we needed the money too. So, it's a double-pronged sword there. And we hated to see you go, but you're a great guy and everything else, and we wish you luck wherever you end up. But this isn't it. This isn't the right fit for him. Maybe he'll shine somewhere else, you know, or maybe this is the waning years of his career. I don't know. Who knows for sure? Maybe he's already hit his peak. We won't know for sure. We'll just have to keep an eye on him. Um, Linebacker is always a glaring Panthers need. Absolutely, it is. Yes, yes, I absolutely agree. Ever since Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis left for retirement, it's always been a glaring need. You know, and we tried like heck, but we just could not fill those shoes, man. It's been so hard to fill those shoes. With Luke, it's darn near him. Let's just make that perfectly clear. You're not going to. I don't care how many linebackers you draft. None of them have the brains of Luke Kuechly. None of them. None of them. And the great shining personality of Luke Kuechly. You're never going to find that. I don't care how far you down the list you look. And, you know, it's a shame, man. Is that one in a million, you know? And I'm freaking happy we drafted him. And he came to us. Because imagine playing against that. Oh my God. Imagine playing against that. There's just no way. There's no way. I couldn't even fathom him going to a different team. I couldn't do it. So, with linebacker being a glaring need, yes. We need somebody that works alongside Frankie. Frankie's an incredible linebacker. You know, he's got that AJ Klein mindset and skill set. And I love Frankie. I love him to death. He needs somebody to work with, though. And I don't know who that's going to be. I'm going to start studying the linebackers here in a couple weeks, and we're going to see what we can come up with. If there's a free agent option, I'd say we take a look, but I don't know that we'll have the money to finance it at the moment, unless Scott pulls another restructure, you know, or something like that. Maybe. But yeah. Let's see what happens there. Chark limited route tree. His best route is the out route. I see you've studied him a little bit. Okay. Tell me more about Chark. Since you studied him a little bit. You know, feed us some info, man. Feed us some info that we don't have about Chark. You know, because I'd be very interested to learn. Chark's a very skilled wide receiver in his own right, in his own way. Excuse me. Just trying to keep juiced up here, man. Long stream, a lot of stuff to go through, so. Alright. But yeah, I like Chark. I like him. He's a very inexpensive, good choice for our wide receiver core. He's never going to be a number one, really, for me, but, you know, he's a very good piece to add. Now, Hardman or T. Higgins would definitely be a number one option for me. You know, wide receiver. Add that to Chark, and you've got a solid wide receiver core. Yeah. Because I like TMJ. I like our guy Rashad Higgins here. I think that's That's definitely somebody we should explore. LaVisca, definitely. You know, we should explore what we could do with him too, because I think none of these guys have really reached their ceiling yet. None of them. They haven't peaked yet. And I think with the right wide receiver coaching help, they could. And under a pro, they could. That's been around for the league for a while. So yeah, Hopkins is obtainable for less than most think. Well, he requested a second rounder. That's not cheap, man. That's not cheap. Originally, they got Arizona got him for like a fourth and something else, I believe, right? Somebody check me on that, but I think they got him for a fourth and something else in that trade. Maybe a player or another pick, late round pick or something. But you know, they're looking for about the same or higher for his value. So no, that's not cheap to me. A second round pick is not cheap to me. That's that's value that we need. To pick up a solid player at a position of need that we have on this team. So no, that's not cheap to me. Hurst top 5 tight end. Yeah, arguable, arguable. I'd say top 10, but I could definitely make an argument for him being top 5. Miles Sanders is the show. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Everybody started paying attention to us when we got Sanders. We turned a lot of heads in the NFL when we got him. That was beautiful. That was a work of art move right there. My God, that was a work of art. And how many years did we have Sanders for? Somebody remind me. How many years did we get him for? Black Poppy, I know you were the one that sent it to me. You had the info. But that's big. That's very big. And, Bozeman re-signing isn't going to turn any heads. Nobody's going to pay attention to that. But Sanders, oh yeah. Everybody's looking at Sanders. There were like 4 or 5 teams on Sanders' radar trying to get this dude. And we got him first. That's big. That's big. Rule did not know how to coach. Wide receivers, Terrace Marshall might be good. Yeah, I see a lot of potential in TMJ. I do. I think there's a lot there to explore. For sure. I think if we really coach him right, he could really be a dangerous threat on this wide receiver core. And give him some really good routes to run. And we'll see what he does, I'm not going to argue with it. Whatever our offensive coordinator decides he wants to do with him, go for it. Let's see what you got. I want to see him explored, man. I want to see him get some snap counts in preseason. Let's see what he can do. Push his limits. Nobody's really pushed his limits yet. Same with Rashad Higgins. Nobody's pushed his limits yet. I want to see what these guys can really do. Make them work. Make them earn their starting spots. Make them earn their paychecks. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're already earning it for sure, but make them really earn it. Compete, man. It'd be beautiful. Starr did not play hard for the Bills. Yeah, true, man. He's in the winning years of his career. and that's unfortunate. We had to let him go. It was money reasons and because of the fact that he wasn't showing up. So yeah, Burns only good edge. Yeah, for right now, yes, Brian Burns is our only good edge rusher, and I would say great edge rusher. As a matter of fact, I'd put him up there with Peppers, arguably with Peppers. You know, just below Peppers' ability. Yeah, because I loved Julius Peppers back in the day, and that's who he reminds me of. As aggressive as he goes after it, you know, on the field. And if you watch Peppers from back in the day, this man was a bull. You couldn't stop him for anything. He was getting into that backfield. It didn't matter what kind of strength you put on that field to get in his way. He was a monster. So, you know, I'm seeing flashes of Peppers in Burns right now, and I'm loving it. It takes me back, man. It really does. Gives me some good memories. Uh, most think Chark could be is not one, but he could be pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. Like I wouldn't necessarily put him at number one spot. You know, I think we could get somebody a little bit better than him out in that free agent market, or you know that could be a monster wide receiver for us. Like I said, T. Higgins, Hardman are both options for number one wide receiver for sure. Um, honestly, with Higgins in that Cincinnati um, blueprint, he's tailored for number one spot. No question about it. He was a number one wide receiver in Clemson. I would know. I've been paying attention to his entire career. I'm a Clemson guy myself, so of course I've been watching him. Uh, like Poppy says, Peppers was ridiculous speed, power, and size. That was just crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah, Peppers, man. I hope he's having an excellent retirement, and I hope he's doing well. We miss you, man, and hope to see you at some of these like ceremonies and stuff like that, man. You know, it'd be fun. Come out to some of these like dinners and press conferences, man. We'd love to see you. You know, show your face a little more, man. We'd love to see you, man. Cause I know some people that would love to give you a freaking big hug in Charlotte. You know, if they saw you. Love that guy, man. He's so fun. He's a great personality too. Um, very kind individual. So I can't say enough good things about these guys, man. For real. Uh, I think Hopkins could be had for a third in time. Yeah, he's asking for a second, but I think he's gonna get offers for a third. I agree. Um, it's just do we want to offer a third? See, that's the thing. With all the picks that we just lost in that trade with the Bears, do we want to offer a third? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Unless we trade back to two and we get those Texans picks, then I would feel comfortable doing it. Because we've got the money. It's not about the money, it's about the picks. You know, at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no problem, like, paying the man. You know, we put all these guys on, like, small number contracts for the first year and then exploded them, you know, as the years go along. You know, I would have no problem doing that with him. You know, the problem is that third rounder. I can't justify moving a third rounder for him right now. Not unless we make that trade. Trade down to two. Um, but I do like the potential there. I do. And obviously, he could still be a number one wide receiver for us. Um, no question about that. You know who hit. You know whose head is going to turn. Opponent safety when Stroud gets time to pass. The O line is extremely important. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Someone in this chat understands how important this is. Thank you. That's what I'm telling you. We need to shore up this line depth. It's gotta happen. We can't off season. We cannot do it. It is that vital and that crucial. Listen to me when I'm telling you this. Use that Saints game last year as an example when Corbett went down. Do you want a repeat of that for an entire season? Do you want a repeat of what happened in 2016 to 2018 or 19 as a repeat? No. No. No more of that. We're done with that. This has got to be shored up. I'm going to argue vigorously for that. Vigorously. Because I need this management to hear that message. It is that critical. That's why I'm sitting up. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious, y'all. Y'all know I don't pull no punches up in here, man. I'm dead serious when I say these things. Shore up that offensive line, or you will regret it. All right. Moving on. Utor was a disappointment. Yeah. He's a solid backup option. I don't think he was ready for a starting role. I really don't. He showed flashes of it at the time, but I had my doubts. You know what I mean? Like, I thought with the situation we had, I was like, okay, I'll greenlight him being a starter, but, you know, with hesitation. You know, he needs to show he could do it on a consistent basis, and I did not see that from him. You know, throughout the year. He looked like a backup option for most of the year. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we didn't have another option. That's the problem. And when you start moving people off that line, that should be starters, Matt Rule. Garbage coach in the NFL. Sorry, I had to cough there. Something in my throat. But, yeah. You can't expect the same results out of Utor. Yeah. That was a fake cough, by the way. In case you didn't notice that. Yep. So, yeah, you can't expect the same results out of Utor that you expect out of Brian Burns. It's just unfair. It's unfair. But at the same time, he should have the results of a starter. You know, if you're going to start him. And he didn't. So, disappointment, yeah, I got to agree. When it comes to that. As a backup, no, he's not a disappointment. But as a starter, yes. Moving on. Hot take, but Brown defensive tackle not good enough to put pressure on quarterbacks. Well, that wasn't his primary purpose under Matt Rule's defense. If you look at it, and I mean, Wilkes tried to use him for his primary purpose, and it just wasn't there because that's not what he does. You know, and I do like Brown. I like Brown a lot, but that was not his primary purpose. So, again, mismanaged. Get both Higgins. I agree with that, yeah. I'm on board with that. Get both the Higgins back. For sure. Green light on that. If we can get T. Higgins for that contract, green light. Go for it. If we got this man sitting on our roster for about $8 million for 4 years, I'm down with it. Let's make it happen. Pay him about $1 million the first year, and then gradually go up. I'm here for it. Let's go. Even Josh Allen limited when his O line was weak. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Preach it. Preach it, pro football. Mr. Saturday pro football. It doesn't matter who you put out there. Even Patrick Mahomes would struggle if his offensive line wasn't doing well. The O-line is that critical and that crucial. I have to say it, and I will continue to say it. It is that crucial. I don't need to say much more. Just look at the results from 2016 on, as far as hurt quarterbacks that we've had. 75% of the reason those quarterbacks were hurt was the offensive line. Not being addressed, not being upgraded, being left to its own devices, and degrading. No more. No more. We have changed that. In 2022, we have changed that. We have gotten Corbett. We have gotten Brady Christensen. We have gotten Icky. We now have Bozeman. We have Taylor Moton. These 5 have changed that. And I could not be more thrilled. Now, an argument can be made that maybe Taylor Moton is a little bit overhyped as a right tackle. Now, I'm not saying toss him. I'm saying maybe he's a little overhyped. But he's effective. And that's what matters. Look at Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl against the Bucs when his right tackle went down. He ran for his life that whole game. Yes! Yes! Hey, Lock Poppy, do you remember who that right tackle was? Quiz question for you. I know you're gonna get that one right. Come on. And I know you know who came in for that too. And did a atrocious job. Because it's the same guy that played left tackle for us a while back. But I'm asking about that right tackle that went down, though. What was his name? Let's see if he can get it, folks. Alright, so. Luvu, impressive overachieves compared to draft status? Absolutely. Dude, that dude slaughtered any draft analysis that anybody threw up for him. And who does that remind you of? I was just reading last week about this draft analysis they put up for Luke Kuechly back in the day. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that one? That aged well, didn't it? That aged real well. God. That dude is still looking for a job at McDonald's right now. Flipping burgers. God, he could not have been more wrong. But the amount he was wrong benefited us even more. Because that made a couple of teams pass up on him. And we picked him up. And look what happened. The rest is history. Von Bell. Speaking of people with the first name Von. Guess who was the number 2? The same exact draft. You can't make this up, folks. You can't make this up. Cam Newton's kryptonite was drafted right after him in that same draft. Insane, isn't it? And wherever Von Miller ends up, that team typically goes to the Super Bowl. He's with Buffalo right now. I'm just saying. Look at the signs. Watch what I'm telling you. He's also Mike Rimmer's kryptonite too. Every game that Mike Rimmers has played against Von Miller, he has lost. Every one of them. He got absolutely tortured during those games. He got torched like Johnny Blaze from the Fantastic Four. It was so bad. It was so bad, bro. God. So, yeah. What we're talking about people with the name Vaughn. Those memories just happen to come up. How good is Chin, do you think? I think he's really, really solid, man. I like him. I think he's going to be solid at linebacker as well as safety, which is his natural position. Um, I like Chin, though, a lot. I think he's going to do great things. Any free agents at edge out there? That's a good question. Did anybody throw up any names for edge rushers in free agency right now? I haven't heard any lately, but I'll look up what's available. Defensive ends? Yeah. Clowney is out there. Okay, yeah. Clowney was associated with us a few times over the past like 6 or 7 years. But we never did sign him. I don't know if this list is current right now or not. But we got Zach Allen. We got... I'm just going to name the ones that I'm familiar with here. Marcus Davenport's old. Effie Obata. Anybody interested in Effie Obata for some depth? That would be fun. J.J. Watt's too expensive. Yep, Clowney. They're listing Matthew Iniditis, but he's a defensive tackle, though. So they got the wrong listing for him. Jordan Phillips, Mario Addison. Yeah, I would like Mario Addison if he's available. I don't think he is, though. Dunlap, if he's available, I don't think he is, though. Let's see. Trying to see. Okay, so that's the teams that they're from. Gotcha. Shaq is out there. Shaq Lawson. Jason Pierre-Paul. But he's old, though. Let's see. I'm trying to think who's a cheap, good option, though. Dale Johnson's washed up. Carlos Watkins, maybe? I am familiar with them. I mean, I would like to have Carlos Dunlap, though. How much is he worth? I know he's old, but I think we could still squeeze a year or two out of him. Until we could draft our defensive end. You know, if you're not liking the market out there, you can, you know, in the free agent market, you could always get him. $3 million, you know, for 1 year. Not too shabby, you know. If you want a vet. And the Chiefs had him last year. So obviously he still got some value. So I mean, if you want to go that direction, you can. I do like Effie Obata for depth reasons. Yes. As a starter, no. But as a second stringer, absolutely. Uh, I think the Bills experimented with Effie Obata a little bit, and they discovered the same thing. And I've been saying that since the beginning when we first got Effie. Speaking of which, I just happen to be wearing his jersey right now. Go figure, right? Um, all right, so there's your official push for him. You know, if you want Effie Obata back, there you go. I'm sure he's cheap now. Um, you like Melvin Ingram? Melvin Ingram washed up. I think Melvin Ingram's on a contract somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, he's with the Dolphins right now. Nope, nope, nope. Free agent, free agent. Okay, 3.3. 3.3. Um, he's been in the league 11 years. He's a South Carolina man. Drafted in that first round, 18th overall. Yeah, man. He's an option. He's an option for sure. Shaq Lawson, stink, but maybe a big upgrade from Utor Gross Matos. Maybe, maybe, maybe. I mean, Shaq Lawson was a linebacker, and they turned him into a defensive end, didn't they? Or is he still technically a linebacker? Outside linebacker. Y'all tell me. Is he still? Which one is he classified as officially? Because I've heard both. I have heard both on that one. Um, let's take a look at him. Former Bills player. Cap hit 1 million. 1 million. They officially list him as a defensive end. Okay. So a spot track is listing him as a defensive end. I'll go with it. I'll go with it. Um, yeah, I wouldn't say he was exactly bad, but you know he wasn't great either for the Bills. And when you're not excelling and improving for $1 million on your contract, come on, man. Nah, they're gonna toss you. 7 years in the league, yeah, they're gonna toss you. That's a cheap $1 million they can get back, right there. So, um, anybody else y'all want to talk about? Shaq can only hand to ground quarterback rush slow. Yeah, yeah, I'll agree with that. Based on what I saw in Buffalo when I was watching the Bills games. Yeah, he's right. That's an accurate. That's a very accurate description. All right. But this would be about the time that it starts popping, because this is what happened yesterday with Miles Sanders. So be on the lookout, folks. I mean, I could probably go another like 30 minutes to an hour if you guys want to talk about other players or keep this rolling. So, anybody else y'all want to throw in chat? Let's talk about them. Or if you missed somebody that I was talking about earlier on in the stream and you would like me to cover it, I'd be happy to. You know, now would be the time to ask for that. Um, Most of the options are either old, expensive, or both. Yeah, Clowney's out there, but again, expensive. Yeah, I'm with you. Um, so I mean, let's see. Let's see if anybody's posted anything. I'm gonna check this page. Yeah, we're waiting on Adam Thielen. That's the one we're waiting on. Um, can the Panthers get him with the cap? That's the real question. Let's see. Let's see. I'm drifting into some strange territory with this page, the Carolina Panthers Facebook page, private group, because some of these people are really off the wall here. But they put some good stuff up every now and then. As of right now, it's still the typical quarterback conversation. Oh, here's something interesting. ESPN Plus graded the Miles Sanders 4-year, $25 million deal as a C minus. Typical ESPN for you. These people are never on our side. Never. I think that's hilarious, honestly. We could be seeing a signing, pretty soon here. Because I think he was slated to meet with them, like, sometime today. So we'll know shortly. Okay. Andy Dalton, 12 years in the league, no playoff wins. Well, he's meant to be a bridge, really, to be honest. He has been on bad teams, though, to be fair. There's a mock for CJ Stroud. And again, this is another example of what I was telling people about. Here's two edge rushers in the top 5 already. This is exactly what I was telling people. I'm expecting 4 to 6 edge rushers to drop in the first round. Anywhere from 4 to 6. I've seen it in multiple mock drafts. Multiple. Including my guy from Clemson. So, free agent tracker, there it is, 9 mil. 9 mil. That dropped about 10 hours ago from my man Kevin Avery from the 4-man rush. So there you go. We're about we're about 0.7 off of the Texans. And we're leading the stack here at 12th in cap space. The problem Andy has in Cincy was not defense. They've always got torched in the playoffs every time On defense, yeah. It was on defense, for sure. That Bengals defense was awful for a number of years. And it's a real shame because they ruined Andy Dalton's twilight years, man. His early years where he was really, really balling out. And it just didn't seem to matter. Because, I mean, you were seeing, like, what Andy was capable of in Cincinnati. He had A.J. Green out there. He had some really good running backs. I mean, he had a good tight end, too. I mean, it was a really solid offense. It wasn't the best offense out there, but it was, like, top 10, you know? And, Andy was really putting up the numbers. But that defense just, mm, it killed him. It killed his career. It's a shame. I would have liked to see what he could do with a proper defense. He might have gotten a ring. He might have legit got a ring. Let's see. Okay, there's somebody saying that they love what we did. Good, good, good. Word has really gotten around the league. Okay. Here we go. We got Sam Darnold going to the 49ers. I forgot about that. Sam Darnold went to the 49ers. And at least he's playing with CMC. I'm going to choose to look at it on the upside there. You know? And that's good, man. I love that those two connected again. That's cool. PJ Walker went to the Bears, so he's going to be up there with DJ Moore. So that's cool. Also, did you notice that two of the quarterbacks from the NFC South now are former quarterbacks of ours that were failed experiments? I just want to take the time to mention that. You know, you can't write it any better than that. I mean, the South has become such a trash heap that now this is happening. And Scott is just sitting up there in his GM high chair just going, this is our opportunity. You know, are we going to take the South or are we going to take it with an iron fist? And the moves we've been making in free agency show me we're taking it with an iron fist. And I'm excited. I'm very excited. We're going to command the South. We re-signed J.J. Jensen as well. You know, that might not be a big factor, but for some people it is. You know, for special teams. Because, I mean, the guy's been solid, man. I love that picture. I love that. Let me just. For those of you that can't see this, it's a guy in a sweater vest. It's a guy with a cold vest on, you know, with his hands on his hips like that, just going. It's CMC when he sees Sam Darnold walk into the 49ers facility. I can't. I can't with the internet. I'm telling you. That's great. Cardinals players had money taken out of their paychecks in order to eat meals at the team facility last season. Say what? No, no. I'm not even gonna comment on that. That is just so dumb. I'm not even gonna comment on that. See, this is the type of foolishness you see on these pages, man. This is why I'm just like, okay. And I just scroll past it. I'm just like, nope, not touching that topic. Nope, can't touch this. Man, okay. Bucks have Baker Mayfield. The Falcons have Taylor Heineke. The Saints have Derek Carr, the man that we could not sign that we dodged a bullet on. Which we are still trying to figure out how in the world that the Saints are paying for Derek Carr. But okay. And we got Andy Dalton. We already won. We already won the quarterback battle, y'all. I'm just trying to tell y'all right now. We already won. Because whoever we get is number one in the draft. We've already won. That's the quarterback battle done. We got control. Oh, snap. The Panthers gave up more for Sam Darnold than the Chargers gave up for Khalil Mack. Ouch. Ouch. That's big. Oh, man. We gave up a second round, a fourth round, and a sixth round for Sam Darnold. When the Bears traded for Khalil Mack, they got a second round and a sixth round given up. Yikes. If Trent Different could get a ring with that defense, I think Andy definitely could have. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Let's see what's going on here with the YouTube comments here. Okay. Could have got Bridgewater back up for super cheap, but don't get the Dalton huge pay. Man, look, man. Teddy Bridgewater was a failed experiment. I think we could all agree on that. He was a bridge quarterback, so is Andy Dalton. That's exactly what he's being paid to do. Okay? Let's not get it twisted. Y'all know exactly what this is. Alright? Don't try to act like, oh, Andy Dalton is the quarterback of the future. No. He's a bridge. He's a bridge. And before y'all say anything about, we got another bridge quarterback, that's the point of a bridge. Y'all keep forgetting what the point of a bridge quarterback is. The point of a bridge quarterback is to bridge the way towards your next quarterback, franchise quarterback. We ain't getting a franchise quarterback out of this stack, so we're getting one in 24. Yes, we can develop CJ. Yes, we can develop Anthony Richardson into a starter, but is he a franchise quarterback? No, neither one of these guys. That's the point of a bridge. And now we're actually using it properly instead of bridge for 5 years. I mean, what's the point of having a bridge quarterback if you're not going to draft a franchise quarterback with it? What's the point? We could have traded up at any point, but no, we didn't have Scott Fitterer doing it because he was held back by our terrible management. And we're back to the old conversation of, why do we have terrible management? Because these guys don't know what the heck they were doing. Now we do. We're ahead on it. I get Carge is a cheap first year in his contract, but how are they going to pay him for long term? It just amazes me starting off the number two worst cap situation, and we're still able to get Carr and Jamal Williams. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I forgot to mention Jamal Williams went there too. Yeah. All right, so um, well, let me get back to this. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Where are we at? Um, okay, Panthers overpaid a lot for Miles Sanders, but what? But so what? You got Miles Sanders. I don't think we overpaid. I don't think we overpaid at all. Miles Sanders is a beast, dude. Don't underestimate this dude. He still hasn't hit his ceiling yet. Oh no. Those type of numbers are for ceiling numbers. We gonna help this man reach his ceiling in Carolina. Watch. Watch and see what I'm telling you. It's gonna happen. Every draft, the edge picked through by pick 18. Yeah. I mean, that's an NFL trend. Exactly. There's at least two every top 5 or top 10 of every draft. If you look at defensive ends being picked, that's an NFL trend in draft days. CMC needs to see that picture. Oh man, you ain't lying. OBJ is a risk. Yes, he is. Yes, he very much is. I don't want that toxic attitude anywhere near Carolina. I'm going to stop people right there. Anybody that thinks we want OBJ, nope. No. 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 And I'll say it again, no. I don't want OBJ anywhere near this team. I mean, somebody made a good point. Yeah, he hasn't done anything since those fights, but still, I don't trust it, man. I don't trust him as a person. I don't trust him yet. No. Plus, it's too much money anyway. Even if he did turn over a new leaf, it's too much money. Is Yannick good? Remind me who Yannick is again? I don't remember that. I vaguely remember that name. But humor me and remind me who that is again. Don't know about Leonard Floyd. Yeah. Pass on Floyd. Uh oh yeah, that's right. OBJ and Norman in the same practice. I almost guarantee they start throwing hands. That's a fact, Black Poppy. That's a straight fact. Heck, man, Josh Norman and Cam Newton threw hands. What you think OBJ is gonna do? I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. You killing me with that. Nah. Panthers got fleeced for Darnold. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Frank Clark, old Justin Houston, Zach Allen, Broncos. Yeah, I saw Zach Allen. I saw him on the list. That was an interesting one to me. Andy paid a lot to Bridge. Yeah, that's just, if you actually consider it, this man's getting paid $10 million, right? For 2 years, right or wrong. $10 million for 2 years. That's cheap. That's cheap, bro. That's cheap even for him, you know? And, that's $5 million a year. Shoot, I'd pay that for Andy. Yeah. Even in the last years of his career, yeah. I'd still pay that. Because I think Andy's still got something to give us for that much. And I like the length of the contract too, because that says, we're not keeping you beyond this point. This is a 2-year bridge contract right here. This is exactly what this is. We're not fleecing you. We're not beating around the bush. We're telling you exactly how this contract is. And what you're meant to do. You're meant to train up whatever quarterback we draft in the first round. You're meant to bridge us through 23 and 24 if we need you. And then you're gone. For $10 million. Easy. It's that simple. Don't overreach. Don't overreach on this, man. Don't read this too much. Don't read into it too much. It is what it is. Exactly what it is. So, we're finally using the bridge quarterback like it's meant to be used. And for the right amount, too. Way cheaper than any quarterback out there on that market that is a big name guy. I'm telling you, Andy is a more experienced Carr, more accurate and cheaper. So it's an easy decision between him, Carr, and Darnold. Yes, absolutely. We did send an offer to Sam Darnold, but as soon as we saw Andy Dalton on that list, it was a wrap. It was a wrap, y'all. It was that easy. Carr asked for too much. Andy Dalton only asked for that. Simple. It's like that day. Boom. Signed. No hesitation. And I like that. I like that he's willing to do that for us. And not complain about not getting starter job, not getting, starter money, this and this and that. He's a humble guy, man. He always has been. And I like him. I always liked him as a person, man. He was a great guy. And I'm excited to have him here. I agree Miles is unique, and we usually don't pay high on running back that much. Miles on entire national media thinks that too. Oh, everybody thinks we overpaid for him? Goodness. I don't think we did. I'm gonna agree with the fan base here that thinks we didn't overpay him. I'm gonna go against the grain. And if you know me at all, on this franchise, on this YouTube channel, and on this Facebook group page stream, that's how I am. That's how I roll. I go against the grain a lot. And I go with what I think is right. I've had a handful of years to study these players and understand what they are and how they tick and what their strengths and weaknesses are. And I've gotten a pretty good idea of what the value system is for said players. So maybe I'm off by a little bit, but not much. I've been pretty on target from what I've noticed. Agree with OBJ. Think all the other teams agree. Yeah, he's too much of a toxic attitude to bring into their locker room, and that's the opposite of what we do here. We don't want that toxicness in our locker room. No way. Not in our field. No. No. Mm-mm. All right. I thought it was more. My bad. Yeah, it was just 28 million, wasn't it? Dante Jackson just restructured. Yep, that happened. Second for Jerry Judy. Hmm. You got me thinking on that one right there. You legit got me thinking on that one. Again, this is another one of those situations where I don't know if we want to move another pick after that trade up to number one because it's too dangerous. We've already lost enough picks already. Um, mm, he's worth it though. He's worth that second though. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Oh man, that's a tough one because it would depend on how you use him. It would depend on how you use him though, because if you use him as a deep ball threat, then yeah, he's worth that second rounder. If you use him for short passing, I don't know about that. You know, I mean, Judy's a very talented wide receiver, but I don't know. If you want him on screens or deep passes, yeah, by all means, he's worth that second. He's got that speed and he's got that catching ability that is very coveted in the league right now. They love it. Um, I that would be my choice. As much as I love Hopkins, I want to do what's right by this team and get the best guy available. And yeah, the slight slowdown of DeAndre Hopkins would warrant us going after Judy instead. If we had to trade the second, right? I feel like that's what everybody believes, right? Um, Without Peyton at coach, I don't see Carr as anything but an expensive bridge guy that will need replacing in a few years, and will take them to wild card and maybe divisional round. I agree. I agree with that, Black Poppy. Yeah, for sure, man. That sounds about right because that's about what he did with the Raiders too. Mm. But yeah, again on this wide receiver Judy, we've given up too many picks already. Unless we trade down with the Texans, we get those picks back. Then I could see maybe justifying a move, but it depends on what we get back. I wouldn't feel comfortable unless we did that. As it stands right now, I would not do it. No. Oh, okay. That's who you were talking about, Marvin. Okay. Gotcha. That's who you were asking about. Okay. And you also asked about Yannick. I don't know. Not familiar with Yannick. I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is really as a wide receiver. I'd have to go do a little research on him. Um, Marvin Jones is kind of another one of those names that just kind of floats out there, but I don't know. Not feeling him. Matt Milano would be great for the Panthers. Just saying, yeah. Matt Milano. That name sounds real familiar. Give me a second. That name sounds real familiar, man. Yeah, he's the Bills' outside linebacker. But he's not freed up till 27, though. Yeah. Unless you were to trade for him, which I wouldn't suggest doing. But, Do I like him? Yes. For that contract? Yeah. Would I trade for him? No. We need to draft a linebacker. Ah, okay, Yannick. Okay. Gotcha. Ah, see. You talking about him, right? No. But that's a very intriguing one, though. He's a defensive end as well. Um, Colts just signed him. Hmm. Okay. Well, I'm glad I found him. What's his full name? So I can get it right while looking him up. I just want to make sure. Also, another good point I want to bring up is if you're going to trade down, we don't want to deal with the Falcons and we don't want to deal with Sean Payton in trade deals. No. No. We don't want to deal with either one of them. Both of them are likely to shortchange us. And we all know that Sean Payton is probably a little salty because he didn't get that offer from us. Oh, that plus a lot of Panther fans. Have we forgotten about the fact that he paid his own players in New Orleans to actively hit our players and injure them? Have we forgotten about that, folks? Is that a coach that we really want in Carolina? Think very, very carefully about that before you say Sean Payton should have been our head coach. I just want to warn y'all because I haven't forgotten about that. Bountygate? Mm hmm. Yep. Uh huh. He ain't getting off that easy. I have not forgiven that man for that right there. No. But he got his just punishment by the league, so I will forgive him. I believe everybody deserves one, you know. And no matter how dirty it looked, I choose forgiveness. You know, that's just who I am. I choose forgiveness. Although I have not forgotten it. All right. So if we want him as a head coach, I have not forgotten it. No. Pana Ford had down here. I'm not even sure who that is. Who that? Anyway, yeah, I encourage people to remember that though when talking about the head coaching discussion and who we should have had as head coach. You know, if Frank doesn't pan out. Don't let me see y'all forget about that in these streams. Because you know I'm going to say something. Because everybody seems to have just put it in the back of the brain, and nobody's mentioned it in any of these conversations. None of them. Not a single one. I'm the only one that's actually remembered that so far. You gonna tell me that I'm the only one? For real? I'm disappointed in y'all. I'm very disappointed in y'all. I support all the streamers out there. Don't get me wrong. I support all the Panther streamers out there and all the streamers in general out there that do this, because I know it can't be easy. I know some of y'all have kind of short memories when it comes to the Panthers. And we kind of develop short memories because of our past history, of not measuring up and not getting it done and mismanaging the team and whatnot. But I know y'all wouldn't forget that. If you have, shame on you. Shame on you. Because we ain't about to hire a trader up in here, man. That ain't happening. Not in our house. We ain't about to let the wolf up into the sheep's house, man. No. That ain't happening. Not on my watch as a Panthers fan. No. Donta Foreman just went to the Bears. What? Is that official? Oh my God. Oh my God. The Bears stealing our players, bro. They're stealing our pay. Oh my God. Not only did they steal our picks, dude, this is highway robbery in this offseason, man. By the Chicago Bears. They stole our house, our kitchen sink, and our backyard. Are you kidding me right now? And our potential $3 million 1 year deal, man. God. 1 year deal, man. God. Sheesh. We could have signed up for that. We could have signed up for that. What are y'all doing? But y'all wanted Sanders for 4 years on a $28 million deal. Man. Oh my. What did we offer him then? Yeah, exactly. All the signings are going through right now. It's 7:41. All the signings are starting to hit the market right now. Let's see what we got out there. Dadgum. As they say in the South. Jeez. I don't like that at all. Let's check ESPN, man. ESPN got to have something going on, man. Let's see. Home. Let's see. Anybody big? Seahawks re-signed Drew Lock. Okay. I think grabbing Sanders is what officially ended Foreman's chances of return because he wants to be somewhere where he can be the running back number one. Well, he would have been the running back number one. He would have been. If we were going to bring Foreman back, then what do we need Sanders for? I don't see that. That don't make no sense to me, man. What do we offer this man? Bro, for real. Donta Foreman. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm going to read these comments in YouTube and then I'm going to hit this up. Then we're going to talk about Lamar. Because I need to hit up on that subject, man. We went through this entire stream and we haven't talked about Lamar yet. And obviously, you got Rodgers going to the Jets, asking for an entire wish list. Like it's Make a Wish, man. you you got you got Aaron Rodgers asking the Jets for players like it's Make a Wish. Bro, I can't. I can't with Aaron Rodgers, man. This dude is too much. He is too much, man. That man asked. That man literally asked for OBJ. He literally asked for OBJ on that list. I'm just sitting there like, is this dude serious? I looked at that entire list and I was just going, is this dude really serious? Why would you want to work with that? I don't know. I don't know. Toxic minds think alike, I guess. Anyway, I shoot only 3 mil. Hubbard, wild off season. Yeah, yeah. Only 3 mil though, man. God, that hurts. That hurts knowing we could have got him for that cheap. That hurts, y'all. Anyway, let's talk about Lamar Jackson for a second. All right. First of all, nobody wants him. Nobody wants him. Nobody's made an offer. Everybody withdrew. What does this man want? And his agent says, I was trying to put myself in the shoes of a GM who might have interest. Now, what do I have to do? Do I have to call Lamar himself? It's definitely unorthodox. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but it sure complicates things. Um, and oh, this is Randy Muir. I don't know who that is, but Lamar does not have an agent right now, and everybody's looking at him like, why don't you have an agent? What are you asking for? You know, and I'm gonna be real with you. Trying to trade for Lamar, it would be too much at this point. We know we're off the board. We know we're off the board for him because that's 175 mil guaranteed for 3 years. Yeah. Even the Ravens turned that down. There ain't no way. If the Ravens turned it down, what you think other GMs are gonna do? You think they're gonna walk into these trade rooms and just go, wait a minute. Oh, that's a lucrative deal. No. If the Ravens don't even want that deal, and Lamar's asking for too much, how do you think that conversation is going to go with the other GMs? You know we're out. I see the Texans maybe trying to go for Lamar. Oh, I could see that. I could see that. They've got the money, the picks, and the resources. They've got all three. But are they willing to pay that much? When they know they have had a failed experiment, with the quarterbacks that they've been left with since Watson left. Are they willing to pay that much? Are they that desperate? I don't know. See, if they were gonna go for him, they would have already. That's what I'm thinking. Like it's been 2, 3 weeks since Lamar went on the board, and now you're seeing like the number that the Ravens turned down, and you're saying, okay, wait a minute, this is dumb. Like, why, why? He'd have interest if he'd let go of that fully guaranteed Watson deal. Yeah, exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Lock Poppy. I mean, some of these quarterback deals are just getting ridiculous. They really are. It, the numbers just keep going up. And some of these teams just don't have the cap for that. They don't have the ability to trade for these quarterbacks. The trade values went up with the Matthew Stafford trade and the Watson trade. And if they keep going like that in that trend, that's not good for the league either. And I'm trying to tell you, once we start getting like some franchise quarterbacks in for trades like that, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well for the team that traded the quarterback. Traded for the quarterback because they got to give up the house, the kitchen sink, and the doggone plumbing and their dog. Ain't nobody gonna do that, man. Not in 2023, man. Yeah, y'all gotta stop this nonsense, man. That's $250 million. Yeah, hey, that's $250 million. What's the highest NFL contract right now? I think it's Patrick Mahomes, isn't it? Imagine you were trying to get Patrick Mahomes, and he was reasonable, as far as like what types of picks and stuff like that. And then you see that number, that contract number, you go, no way, Jose. I ain't paying that. That's where the buck stops, man. That's where the Bucks gotta stop. You can't keep doing this trend in the NFL where you keep bucking up the dollar amount for every quarterback contract.
Drive. It's what propels the champions, the comeback kids, the underdogs. It means constantly improving, striving, hungering. It's no...
I apologize. Y'all had to hear that commercial in the background. I don't know why ESPN keeps doing that nonsense, man. But, yeah, anyway, man. I got a couple more minutes, man. But, we had Jalen Ramsey go to the Dolphins. We had Ezekiel Elliott get restructured here. And we heard about the Jalen Ramsey trade offers. Trade suggested offers. It was like a second and a fourth or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember offhand. But I don't remember. But, I was going to do like a press conference of Scott Fitterer. But now it's kind of getting a little late. Let me see if I can bring up a quick one. We might be able to do that. To kind of talk about this stuff. Okay. Ramsey went for a third on a low string tight end, I believe. Yeah. Oh. The media is going crazy. They love it. Miles Sanders, welcome to the Carolina Panthers. You know, let's see. The Panthers know exactly what they're doing. Okay. What we'll do is we'll save a few of these reaction videos for the contract stream when I reschedule it with Garrett. But what I want right now is a Scott Fitterer press conference. That's what I want. And I want to end it on that because it is that important. You know, to okay, there's an interview with Frank Wright. What he wants in a quarterback. Do y'all want to see that? What Frank Wright wants in a quarterback? I mean, we got time, but I really want to hear from Scott Fitterer, though. That's 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I want to hear from Scott. I want to hear from Scott. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. What is being played right now? Oh, it's ESPN. Okay. We won't toss that. Hold up. All right. Scotty, let's see what you got to say, buddy. Good show. Later, man. Hey, thanks for coming in here, man. Needs a lot more Saturday pro football, man. Shout out to this dude, man. He's been in the chat for a while today. Love it. He's had some good stuff to talk about for us. He's giving us some good topics. All right. All right, Scott Fitty, let's roll. What you got for us?
Off season with the coach hirings and a lot of personnel hirings. It's been exciting to really get in some quality coaches, the depth of the coaches, the mix between veteran coaches and the youth and guys like Josh McCown, all the new bright ideas. I'm really excited about the staff. We added Adrian Wilson as the vice president of player personnel. We added Brian Decker as the director or vice president of development. And then Kevin Winston is the vice president of player engagement. So it's really we've added a lot of new pieces. I think not only have we added good coaches, we've started that change in culture, and that's kind of been the biggest thing. And really, what started behind that was David Tepper came to us and said, "Hey, listen, I want the best. I'm not going to play for 500 football. We want to win championships here. We want to sustain this." And he said, basically, he would give us a
Like Poppy, you're right, man. He's never been excited about this staff before. This is Scott getting the opportunity to hire his own staff. Coaches. Everything he needs. You're exactly right, Locke. Good point, my man.
The resources. He said, just bring me the best. And he's backed that up. Dave and Nicole were involved in the process. But they've gone out and they've backed up what they said, and we've gone out and got what I feel is like one of the best coaching staffs in the NFL. So it's a big credit to Dave and Nicole. So it's been fun, but with that, I'll open it up to you guys. Right. Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. You know, you have a head coach that's a former quarterback that knows not only how to coach the position, but how to play it. He sees it through the quarterback eyes. He's a play caller. Then you add Parks Frazier to the mix. You add Josh McCown to the mix. And then a really underrated one was Jim Caldwell, getting, you know, a guy of his caliber on the staff. So there's a lot of new, bright ideas. And it's with the idea of, hey, whoever the quarterback is, we're going to support him. We're going to put him in position to be successful. We'll give him all the resources. And that's why it's so exciting. Yeah, it was, you know, we talked to him on the phone before, and then we met with him last night. And
Hold up. Dante signed with the Bears? What? You trying to tell me Dante Jackson signed with the Bears? I thought he was under contract through 24. What? Oh, hold up. No. Oh. Okay, he's still contracted under 24. Okay. We're good. False alarm, y'all. False alarm. Oh, God, man. Don't spook me like that, David. Don't spook me like that, bro. I'm trying to tell you, don't spook me like that. Okay, Donta Foreman. Donta Foreman. That's a different spelling. It's D apostrophe. Yeah. Yeah. You got the wrong spelling, bro. You got the wrong Foreman. Oh my God. Okay, Dante Foreman. Do. There ain't no Donta Foreman. It's Donta Foreman. It's Donta Foreman. I had a brain fart, y'all. Alright. God, don't spook me like that. Alright, let's continue.
And it's really kind of a get to know you session. What are you looking for? Here's what we offer. This is what we're looking for. So it's kind of a feeling out process. You know, we're not talking, we're not making any commitments. We're just going down that road. We're also going down the road of, you know, the draft quarterbacks as well. You know, because of when free agency is right after the combine here, you have to go down multiple roads at the same time. And that's really our philosophy, is to explore every option out there and get all information, then make the best information once we have all those answers. What's best for the Carolina Panthers moving forward? Yeah. Well, I don't want to get into like comparing the guys, you know, because we've had some good people here. You know, Sam's played well. We had Baker here. We've tried different.
Hey, man, don't worry about it. David, don't worry about it, man. Everybody screws up once in a while. You know, it's all good, man. It's all good. Hey, it even threw me off for a second there, so. You know, it's all good, bro. Take a load off, man. You'll get it right next time, though. I know you. You'll get it right next time.
Options, and really it's not just about the quarterback, but it's about how we surround them, how we support them with coaching and everything else. So those all those decisions will factor in. Derek's played at a high level, you know, for a while. He's, you know, got plenty of experience. He's gone through a lot of different changes and with the Raiders, and yeah, I know he's set all their records, but he's also had a lot of volatility on the coaching staffs there. So there's a lot of things to like about him. Absolutely great guy, talking to him, you know, showed leadership. So he's got those qualities, but we're going to exhaust every option too, looking at the draft and different situations to figure out how to best fix this moving forward instead of just putting a patch on it.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. This man just said we're trying to fix it. We're not just trying to put a patch on it no more. Hey. That's my man Scott right there. Let's go. Let's go. This man is in command of this team, and you can see the determination in this man's face. Look at this. That's a beautiful sight to see right there. He's determined to bring us back from the fire and the flames. Back to the glory days, man. And I love it. I love it. This ain't just a band-aid on a gaping wound no more that he's trying to roll with here. No. No. This is a different era. He just said it right there. We're trying to fix it.
Well, I don't want to talk about his draft stock. We did meet with Jalen. We met with him Monday night. Did a nice job with us. No issues there. I did not know about the situation that came out this morning. I got a text while we were in meetings. I have not talked to our staffs. We came right from our interviews over here. There would be a lot of things to look into. I just don't want to jump to any conclusions. We'll let it all play out and make a decision. Luckily, the draft's not till April.
You mentioned free agency before the draft. Would it be more advantageous for you to potentially make a trade to move up high in the draft for a quarterback before free agency so you have a better, clear vision of what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different options to look at, but that's obviously one of the things you have to look at, because if you want to go that veteran route, that's going to happen a lot earlier, and those guys are gone. So you want to have. That's why we're going to take this week to get all the answers that we need to get. We've talked to a lot of the young quarterbacks here, the ones in the draft here. But yes, I think the next probably 2 weeks is very important.
What's the expectation for the running back last year?
Yeah, we liked our group last year. Obviously, Foreman is one of the priority guys. I told him that in our exit interviews this year. We'd like to get a deal done with him. We'll see how it goes. We just don't know. It's got to fit for him. It's got to fit for us.
And unfortunately, it didn't. The Bears fleeced us again, man. The Bears fleeced us again. The Bears are stealing our picnic baskets. We got Yogi Bear up in Chicago stealing our picnic baskets, guys. He stole our draft picks. Now he stole Dante Foreman from us, too. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. 1 year for $3 million? For real? Dude, we got fleeced on that. Bad. That one hurts. That one hurts. Anybody else mad at the Chicago Bears right now? I'm mad. I'm big mad at Chicago. I'm big mad. Man, let us play Chicago this season, man. Let us play Chicago this season. Coming up. All of those picks and all of those players you are stealing from us are not going to help you. They're not going to help you, Chicago. Not with Justin Fields at the helm. Good luck. Dude, JC versus DJ Moore. Those have been matching up in training camp for forever. Put those two on a regular game field. JC wins. No question, JC wins. I've watched those two in training camp for I would say 3 years now. JC won. There's no doubt. So if we're going to put those two one-on-one in a game against Chicago, oh man. Chicago, y'all about to get a taste of the Panthers' medicine. If we lose that Chicago game this year, shame on us. There ain't no excuse for it. With all the talent we got in this coaching staff, all this talent we got on the field, there ain't no excuse. We better win that game. After they just fleeced us like this in this offseason, we better win that game. I'm circling that one. I want that win. How do y'all feel about this? Y'all want that win as bad as I do now? We gonna come up to Chicago and party, man. We gonna party in their stadium. We gonna come up in your bear den. We gonna make some noise. Them little cowbells, you know. Wake up. Wake up, Chicago Bears. Cause y'all about to get a shakedown. It's about to be all like Donkey Kong once we get up there, man. Y'all just robbed us of Foreman. Oh, man. That was the wrong thing to do. That was the wrong thing to do after that trade. Wrong thing to do. Oh, man. I understand Foreman wanted to leave, man, but... Oh, yeah. We're going up to their bear cave, man. Let's go hunt us some bears, y'all. This is going to be a fun game. I'm going to enjoy this one. Man, I can't believe y'all robbed us like that. Darn. We could afford that. Oh, y'all know we could afford that. Shoot.
Yep. Yeah, I think in an ideal world, you always want to draft a quarterback, draft, develop, and then have that guy here for 5, 10 years. You want to have that consistency. It helps for many different reasons. You know, the continuity on your roster, for salary cap reasons. There's so many benefits to drafting and developing. That is the right route to go. We'll see if we can get in a position where we get one of the guys we like. You know, is there a guy there in the second round? Can we get up in the first round? Those are all the things we're exploring right now. But yes, you're right. I don't think it's wrong to necessarily look at the veteran route if you can't do that. But in an ideal world, you do want to draft.
In an ideal world, I'd say we're in an ideal world right now. Wouldn't y'all? We're about to go for that number one quarterback. We got Andy Dalton to train him up. I'd say we found that ideal world. Wouldn't y'all? I like it. Ramsey went for a third and a low string tight end, I believe. Yeah. That's true. Chicago getting payback for that Olsen trade. Yup. That's a fact. That is a straight fact. Dang. They're getting hella payback, man. We messed with their line. We messed with their Lions den. We got Greg Olsen out of it. And we found ourselves the best tight end in football. And now they coming after us, man. They coming after us. They said the time is right. We gonna steal your picnic basket. We gonna steal your honey. We gonna steal everything you got. You know, to a certain degree, I can't even be mad at that. I gotta respect it. I gotta respect it, bro. This is the revenge right here. This is a revenge for Chicago. Oh man, man, to a certain degree, you gotta put respect on them for doing this. There ain't no lie. We had the contract way down everything. Everything. Oh man. That hurts. Alright. Let me let me respond to a message real quick. I gotta see something real quick. Alright. Okay. Back to it. Let's try to finish out this interview, and then I'm gonna finish up this stream. All right, let's go. I want to hear what Scott's got to say. This is good stuff, and he's right. He's absolutely right.
Sure. Well, you go get the guy that you want. You know, if you have conviction on a guy, you go get him. It's pretty simple that way. If you don't know, and you're gonna give all these resources to go up and get it, you're hurting your team in the long run. You better be right. You better have conviction if you do move up. So that's, but when you do that, you're all in.
That's exactly what we did. We moved up. You better be right, Scott. You better be right. That's all I'm saying. Like he's saying the same thing. You better be right. I like it. I like that mindset. He knows what he's doing. So I think he knows what he wants. I think he's got his guy already in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. There's something more at play here, man. But man, if we could get that trade with the Texans, though, that would be nasty. And shout out to David for pointing all those picks out, man. You know, much respect to you, man. You found that for us. And and credit to Lock Poppy as well for all the research he's been doing as well and helping out. Both of y'all have been rock stars this month throughout this very busy free agency, and really coming up with some really good information for us to use and to share and learn from. So I want to give a huge shout out to both of y'all. Y'all have really done some real A+ work, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. Y'all give him a like on the stream to thank him, please. Give him a like. These guys go underappreciated all year round, and I want y'all to give them some love and some appreciation right now. Come on, let's go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all for that. Alright, let's go.
Sure. You know, there's not a right or wrong time to do that. It's based on the individual when he is ready. You know, our coaches will know that. You know, you'll see it in practice. You'll see it play out. It's not just about physical tools. It's about how they develop emotionally, mentally, how quick are they processing, how quickly do they pick up the offense. Guys learn at different rates, and you don't want to throw them out there before they're too soon. So if he's not ready, you better have a backup option in place to be that bridge if you're going to go that route.
Well, look at that. What do you think we signed up Andy Dalton? Because he's not going to be ready. He thinks he's not going to be ready. Whichever of these guys that he's choosing, he doesn't think they're going to be ready this year. That tells me right there, he hired Andy Dalton for a purpose. That confirms my theory. Right there. I was thinking about that. And not on Facebook, Carl. No, it ain't. No, it's always showing up as Lock Poppy on YouTube, bro. But yeah, that's exactly why we got Andy Dalton, though. That response right there. Did y'all catch that? I told y'all, didn't I? Bridge quarterback. I called that. Do I know Scott or do I know Scott, man? Come on. Y'all give me. Scott's a smart man. I knew he had a backup plan. I knew he did.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes, I think the position has changed because the mobile quarterbacks and the athletes on defense, especially the defensive line, the pass rush, and these really athletic three techs that are getting upfield. You need guys with mobility. We have the veterans in that room that can surround him, and then if you have to put them in play the game, and maybe they're not ready, whether it's due to injury or whatever. They know how to call a game to put them in a position to be successful. Check downs, move the pocket, all these different things. So yeah.
Did y'all hear that? That's the comment I was trying to tell y'all about right there. He says we have the staff to develop these guys. That means Anthony Richardson is on the table. He's on the table. Y'all can't take him off the table now. He's on the table with that comment right there. You got to catch those subtle hints, man. It's context. Context clues. Some of y'all missed that in school. It's context clues, man. I know how to pick this stuff out from these coaches and these GMs, man. I know. Because I know this team well enough. I know these coaches well enough. I know these players well enough. I know the game well enough to be able to pick them up. And that's a huge one right there. He's not even hiding it. Y'all. That's a huge context clue right there. That could actually be a false flag to lure the scouts off his tail. It could be. He could be going for CJ. He could be, y'all. I don't know. Either one of them are on the table. You don't know which one he's going to take. It's a 50-50 shot now. And he's in full command. You're not going to know what he picks till draft day. And that's the beautiful part of this. He's got y'all by the neck right now. And y'all don't even have a clue. It's beautiful. It's a 50-50 shot. You don't know which quarterback it's going to be. Oh, that's money right there. This man is playing chess while y'all are playing checkers right now. Straight up. Straight up. Oh man.
You know, you're starting to see it a little bit because sometimes those sixth and seventh rounders are getting more money to stay in school, so maybe they don't come out. It'll be interesting over the next few years to see, with this transfer portal more than anything, guys, who are the guys that have really stuck it out in resiliency through this to fight through things, or are they? Is it just like I'm going to flee once I face adversity? I'm out of here. So there is something to look at over the next few years and study about that. Yeah, Burns is. There's a reason why we didn't move him. Um, we met with his agent. We didn't get into details. We didn't even really talk about him. We'll address that when we get there. But Brian Burns, he is one of the dominant pass rushers. He's young. I think he's only 24. One of the most athletic guys. And he still has a ton of upside when it comes to like adding more strength, playing with more technique. That's all there. But I tell you what, this guy's in front of him. He's a huge player. Huge impact player.
Can I just take a moment on that one? We were offered 2 first rounders. 2 first rounders by 2 different teams for this man. Now, in the old days, that would be worth a quarterback. That's a quarterback's value in the old trade system. Back in 2010 to 2020, that's a quarterback's value. Like, say you were trying to trade for Matt Ryan or Drew Brees, that would be worth 2 firsts, right? And maybe, come on, man. Why is the trade system so wonky now? What has happened to it? Steve Smith said that the reason we don't trade Brian Burns is because how do you replace a guy like Brian Burns in the draft or free agency? You could replace a guy like Moore, just can't replace a guy like Burns. Well, the thing is, man, it's 2 first rounders, man. For a defensive end, that's unheard of. That's unheard of. And Carl says, it's been fun, but I got to get out of here and give my kids baths, getting ready for bed. Much love to the crew, and be safe. Yeah. Appreciate you, Lock Poppy. It's been a pleasure, man. Appreciate having you up in here, man, and doing all this stuff for us. You can't replace a guy like Burns. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. For 2 firsts, I don't know. That's 2 first rounders, man. You sure you want to play that game? And 2 teams offered us that. Not one, but 2 teams. I mean, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but that brings us back all our weaponry that we just lost in the drafts from the Bears trade and then some. Y'all knew where I was going with that. Don't act like you didn't.
I think the poise, the competitiveness, the poise, the ability to process and see the field. The guy never seems stressed when he's in the pocket, and then you meet him in person, and he's just like chill. He's a good guy. Nothing's too big for him. I remember was it a couple years ago at the Heisman Trophy presentation. My wife and I are sitting there watching him, my son, and he was so poised as that. I think he was 19 at the time. And it's like this guy. It's not an act, it's like who he is. It's ingrained in him. So he's a special guy. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're both very important. Dan is, obviously he's probably my best friend, the guy that I spend, every day with, whether it's work days or at our house. He's the guy that I can ask any question. I know I'm getting an honest answer. I mean, the guy cannot lie, even if you want him to a little bit. There's no sugarcoating it, and I really respect that about him. And he's really good at what he does. He's extremely valuable. And Samir is the guy, like, brutal honesty. He's another guy, and it may come down to like doing a contract. He's like, hey, listen, that's not the value that I see for it. I think we should take this route. He knows that world. That's his expertise. And I have to rely on him. There might be times where I challenge him, or he challenges me, or maybe Dave challenges both of us. But I think it's a really good combination. Like, we work well together. We offset each other. We have different personalities, different styles, but it seems to work for us.
Don't put him on the podium then to ask questions. Then don't give him a Q&A. Don't give him the Q&A. Don't give him the Q&A. They'll give away too much. They'll give away too much, y'all.
Yeah, I don't even know what that number is yet. We haven't got into that with his agent. Obviously, we have to do some things this year to get under the cap and do some things. There's a lot of different ways we can create money, and like smart ways. We're not just kicking the can down the road. We might have to do that on a couple of things, a couple of restructures, but there's ways to create money. If you want to do it, if you want to do something bad enough, you'll figure out a way to do it. But you just have to make sure you're not hurting the team, in the long run, 2-3 years down the road. Yeah, there's a lot of talent there, a lot of young talent too. I mean, when you look at the ages of these guys, I mean, they're all in their early to mid 20s. So that's something that we can sustain for a while. Uh, and they do have to go out and earn it, but that's a heck of a starting point for this. That's why this team is exciting, because we built it on defense. It started a year before I got here with Marty Herney and Matt Rule. And then we've added to it with J.C. Horn over the years and other players. Added Frankie Louvu to the mix. Then we went and built offensive line. So there's a lot of things to build on with that defense. Yeah, the thing about Terrace is he's had that ability. I think he didn't really get a lot of opportunities early in the season last year. And part of it is special teams and different factors. But then once he got in there, he made a couple plays, then the confidence came. And, he's so young. He came out at, like, when he's 20 years old, 21 years old. And you got to remember, these guys are young. They should still be in college. And, I think with the coaching that he's had, the coaching that he's going to get with Sean Jefferson, he's about ready to take off. And we're excited about him. Yeah, obviously every team has needs. When you look at our team, obviously I would say tight end. We could use another receiver. I like where often we need to. We're working on Bozeman. Maybe if we get that piece in place. Obviously Foreman. There's a lot of pieces in place. But speed at linebacker would be one. Maybe depending on how you're going to play Chin, maybe another safety if he's going to be down, if he's going to be back, all those things. But I like where we're at. Obviously, the quarterback's the biggest thing, though, that we need to fix long term, and we'll figure out who that is. Is it Sam? Is it one of these other guys? Is it in the draft? We'll figure it out.
When you talk about a veteran quarterback versus the draft, is it an either or?
Okay, so a speedy linebacker is what I'm getting out of this. That's what we're going to be drafting. Obviously, we haven't spent money on a linebacker yet, so it's going to be a speedy linebacker. Now, I like what he said about Team J, and I agree. He said he likes where our offensive line is at, yet he releases Pat Elflein. So we do need a left guard. That needs to happen. And I think he's got somebody in mind. If I know Scott, I think he's got somebody in mind. Stay tuned, y'all. This free agency ain't over yet.
Or could you sign a veteran and then still trade up at the top of the draft?
You could do both, but if you're going to do that, you probably wouldn't pay top dollar for a quarterback at that point. You know, you want to be a little bit smarter about where you spend your money. Maybe that's where you put your money into maybe a linebacker or a tight end or something else at that point.
A linebacker or a tight end. Okay, so we got our tight end. We got Hayden Hurst. So that means we're definitely drafting a linebacker. Now, which round that's going to be, I don't know. Eyes peeled.
He's one of the best in the NFL, and you don't let good coaches out of your building. And you know, Dave Tepper and James Campen have a great relationship, and it's so hard to find a really good offensive line coach. And when you talk to our offensive linemen, those guys love him. They play for him, and he got them playing together as a unit very quickly, and they buy into him. He's a great teacher. He's an even better person. He really is. He's an absolutely awesome guy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, let's look. Black Poppy found this on Twitter. DJ Moore on his feelings about being traded to the Bears. He wanted to move up and get rid of me. The Panthers did. So I'm going to go somewhere where I'm loved. Ooh. The fans are not happy about that message. I can't say I blame them. You know, it's DJ. Come on, man. DJ, man. I don't blame you for feeling that way. I don't blame you for feeling that way, bro. You are loved here, man. You are loved here. Don't ever think you aren't. That was not our decision. Okay? That was the management's decision. I want to make that perfectly clear to you. DJ, if you're watching this, man, that's the management. We never approved of that. Alright? We never approved of that. I was angry just like the fans were. All the YouTubers were just like celebrating, oh yeah, we got the number 1 pick. Oh yeah, DJ Moore's expendable. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. Y'all stop partying like it's 1995. Like we just accepted the team, man. Stop, man. Y'all just acting like DJ's just another wide receiver. No, No, we ain't having that up in here. Y'all took it literal. It's a business, not about the fan love. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't even know how to respond to that. I don't even know how to respond to that right there. What I will say is DJ was always that silent type that never complained at all about anything except for that turf, which he was correct to complain about. Which, I mean, Shaq spoke up too, so he ain't the only one. So, I mean, really, both of them were right. But having him leave like that is just, that was not cool. That was not cool at all. I never approved of that. I never found that acceptable. Bears, y'all wrong for that, man. Y'all wrong for asking for this man in this trade. DJ's acting like he didn't even know what was going on. And I believe him. I saw a couple of those tweets. Uh, right when he got traded, I saw a couple of those tweets. I immediately went on Twitter. I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa." Uh, Man, the fans are just as pissed off as he is right now, and I don't blame them. Like I said, DJ, don't blame the fans, bro. Don't blame the fans. I don't think he is. It's the management. And the management, here we go again with the management, trading away all our good freaking talent. As soon as they get good, it's like, nope, ship them out as soon as they got value. Are we a production mill? Is that what we are now? No. No. DJ he put up two 1,000 yard seasons, guys. This is not just your average wide receiver for Carolina. This dude put up numbers. And yeah, I forgive him for that helmet flip. He didn't know. He didn't know. He thought he was out of bounds. And he was right. He was out of bounds when he did that. The refs are wrong on that. You can go back and look at the tape. So, if y'all want to get mad at DJ for that, man, no. I'm so sick and tired of watching our fan base just do this junk, man. Where they tear apart former players and they're like, oh, come on, man. Y'all got to be better than this. Y'all got to be better than this. I've watched this time and time again from this fan base, and I'm just sitting there like, y'all are better than this. Don't do it. Y'all are better than this. They ain't never gonna learn, man. Y'all keep going on Twitter and roasting this dude. And honestly, that wasn't even aimed at you. That wasn't aimed at you. That was aimed at the management. Rightfully so. Because they're the ones that traded him. The fans hadn't had nothing to do with that. Nothing. And the majority of the Panthers fan base was pissed off because it happened. Stop acting like you did something. You just on your couch eating chips. You just on your couch eating chips. You ain't done nothing. You ain't moved none of these players. I'm tired of watching this fan base do this junk, man. Be better. DJ, I'm sorry, man. I gotta choose some of these fans out sometimes, man. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Because honestly, we don't learn. As an entire fan base, we don't learn. We keep doing this. We keep acting like we're better than the management, but we're not. The management is running this team, not us. And the fans need a reminder of that every day. Alright? If y'all think that I'm the only one that comes on here and says, oh, this team should do this and this and this, no. I'm not. There's at least 20 other YouTubers that do the same doggone thing. None of us think that we're better than that management. None of us. None of us. I'll be the first one to tell you, I recognize that I'm not in control of this team. But these are my suggestions if I was going to help out this team. I don't have control over it, so you guys do what you do. You can take my advice or throw it in the trash. Do whatever you want to do. That is up to you. But what I'm doing is offering my advice. Completely unsolicited. Completely free. And I'm sick and tired of people taking this and throwing it in the garbage and acting like I'm better than this management. No. I've seen it in Facebook groups all over the place. Whenever people laugh at my opinions, whenever people trash my opinions, no. I'm not better than this management. None of these YouTubers are either. Stop acting like you are. And you know who you are. I gotta call all of y'all out for that. I ain't saying no names, but y'all know who you are. You know you're guilty of it. The ones that are. We gotta stop acting like this is a fan base. We're a family. Doggone it, we're a family. Stop taking things so personally. Get out of your feelings. DJ did not aim that at you. This is yet another casualty victim player of this management that gets tossed aside as soon as they get talented and as soon as they get proper value out there. If you want to get frustrated at anybody, get mad at that management. All right? Turn your attention where it rightfully belongs. Y'all can clip that, share it, I don't care. That's how I feel. And y'all know I come in here and I tell the truth. Fan base needs a wake-up call, man. Yeah. Alright, let's finish this video. Y'all done got me up in my mood, man. Y'all done got me up here feeling like this right now. That's not how I want to end this stream.
Obviously, it would, but you would have your draft picks in that case to compensate. Anytime you spend that type of money, that percentage of your cap, that's a lot, and it'd be it's a big hit, and you're making a commitment at that point. All right, thank you.
All right, I think that question was aimed at him about Lamar Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. Um, you know, with Lamar, it would take us giving up draft picks for him, though. But if we were to sign a guy, off free agency, that's where he was aiming at with that comment. I don't know who he was asked about specifically, but what that tells me is it's a question directed at free agency. So, but yeah, if you go and spend a ton of money on, say, like, I think it was Derek Carr. As a matter of fact, I think he was asking about Derek Carr. But if you spend a bunch of money on Derek Carr, you are making a commitment. That is true. That's true, man. That's a good point. Man, much love to DJ Moore, man. We all love you over here, man. Our entire Keep Pounding crew loves you. Alright? Don't get it twisted, man. We love you, bro. We always will. No matter where you end up. Once a Panther, always a Panther, bro. You're always a part of this family. Don't ever forget that. And that goes for any players that we let go of. It ain't personal, it's just business. And I'm glad DJ understands this, I'm glad you understand that, DJ. If you watching this, man. Thank you. Thank you for not taking it personal, bro. We're here for you, bro. We support you. And we hate this just as much as you do. Like, real talk. Like, if there was a proper representative of the Panthers in the current, like, last 2 or 3 years that really represented us, I think it was DJ. I'm going to be real with that. I think it would be DJ. Because honestly, that man kept his head down and he just did what he did. He got paid and he you know, he was an honest, humble man. That's who he is. That's, you know, when you ask him, that's who you're going to get from him. That's exactly what you're going to get from him. If you expect him more than that, I can't help you. I can't help you there. Anyway, man, I've been rambling for long enough today, man. I'm gonna give y'all one last shot. Who do y'all want to talk about? Just real quick. Last 2 minutes. Come on. Throw me a name. Throw me a player. Because I think we've exhausted all our free agent conversations now. Alright. Let's get up out of here then. It's been fun hanging out with y'all. And we'll be doing a stream about contracts soon. Probably in the next week. Be looking out for that. I don't know when that's going to be. Probably in the afternoon. On the East Coast. Maybe like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Most likely. Once we get Zoom figured out. And then y'all have Zoom back, alright? I apologize about that. And hopefully we get that fixed for you. But hey, man. It's been a lot of fun.
If you want to be on...
And, y'all already know what it is. Y'all already know what this is. Y'all already know what time it is. Y'all already know. Who you want with the first pick? Stroud or Young, not considering the others.
Find out from the...
Stroud. To answer your question. Lottie, I appreciate you coming in here. Shout out to you. Any other questions real quick? I'll give you one more chance here, man. Because, I mean, that question came in last second. So I'll give you one more chance. You know, to ask anything else you want. Because I know you were late in here and I haven't seen you all stream, so. Alright, you good? Alright, let's get up out of here then. It's been fun. Stay safe. Happy, healthy, and well. And as always, keep pounding. Much love, my brothers. Much support for my Panthers fans. I lean towards Stroud too. Alright, cool. Shout out to Garrett, Vietnam, David Screws, Lock Poppy. Love all of y'all, man. Need a lot more Saturday Pro Football. Shout out to you. LT in Facebook. Shout out to Corey McKinney. Shout out to Andy. All of y'all came up in here. Adam Potter. Shout out to you. Much love to all of y'all. And of course, shout out to Lottie. Let's go. You just watched the Keep Pounding podcast. I'll see y'all next time. Peace.
Find out from the commissioner here at Radio
With
City.
the 9th pick in the 2012 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Luke Kuechly, linebacker, Boston College.
There you go, Mike. I love that kid.
There were two really logical players here. I call him Clark Kent, who happens to turn into Superman on Saturdays and Sundays. Remember what I said about Mark Barron? You can replicate all of it on this kid. He's one of the cleanest players in this draft. His instincts and his pass coverage ability might be the best pass coverage of any linebacker I've seen come out. There he is in Cincinnati, Ohio.
With his family, one of the few people not here at Radio City Music Hall.
Comes the commissioner.
With the first pick in the 2011 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Cam Newton, quarterback, Auburn.
For the 11th time in the last 14 years, dating back to 98, Peyton Manning, a quarterback has gone first overall in the NFL Draft. Will the result be similar to Peyton Manning, which has been pretty darn good? Will the result be something else? There have been number ones that have been pretty darn bad. But hope springs eternal. at the NFL draft, and Cam Newton is a specimen unlike most any others ever to play the position. I'm sure both of you gentlemen agree.
Well, I think the thing about the NFL now is the rules. And you have a big kid at 6'5", 250 that's able to shrug off defenders. You can't hit him low, you can't hit him high. If you look at Cam Newton, boy, he is tough to get to the ground. Obviously, you talk about Ben Roethlisberger and his success improvising. And that's what Cam Newton's going to bring to the National Football League. Cam Newton's way is just instinctively making plays and winning football games. You see the ability here in the open field to make people miss. Unique qualities for a kid that's 6'5", 250, runs a consistent 4.5 40, strong arm. You don't have to tweak his mechanics, change or alter his delivery any. This kid can spin the football. Accuracy, pretty good. I mean, you talk about 66% completion percentage. The issue is precision passing. Tighter windows in the NFL. Can he handle that? Cam Newton comes in with a ton of upside, ton of expectations. Big risk, though, are the intangibles going to be good enough? Is going to work hard enough to maximize all that ability that he brings to the quarterback position? Cam Newton's got to show that once he's in the NFL. We don't know that. We don't know if he's going to be the first one in, the last one out. We don't know if he's going to be the hardest worker on that team. Carolina's rolling the dice with that work ethic, that passion to study and prepare is there to augment all that ability.